The year had been, as everybody knows, a momentous and sinister year for the masculine sex. Marriages and births in the United States alone had fallen off nearly 80%. The establishment of suffragette unions in every city, town, and village of the country, their obedience to the dictation of the Central National Female Franchise Federation, the financial distress of the florists, caterers, milliners, and modistes, incident to the almost total suspension of social functions throughout the great cities of the land, threatened eventually to paralyze the nation's business. The pressure upon the men of the Republic was becoming tremendous, but as everybody knows, they held out with a courage worthy, perhaps, of a better cause, and women were still denied the franchise in the face of impending national disaster. But the Central Federation of Amalgamated Females was to deliver a more deadly blow at man than any yet attempted, a blow that for cruelty and audacity remains unparalleled in the annals of that restless sex. As everybody now knows, this terrible policy was to be inaugurated in secret. A trial was to be made of the idea in New York State. Neither the state nor federal governments had the faintest suspicion of what impended. Not a single newspaper had any inkling. Even Augustus Melner, owner and editor of that greatest of New York daily newspapers, the Morning Star, continued to pay overwhelming attention to his personal appearance, confident that the great feminine revolt was on its last shapely legs, and that once more womankind would be kind to any kind of mankind, and flirt and frivol and marry, and provide progeny and rock the cradle as in the good old days of yore. So it happened one raw, windy day in May, Mr. Melner entered his private office in the huge Morning Star building in an unusually cheerful frame of mind, and sent for the city editor, Mr. Trinkle. An exceedingly pretty girl smiled at me on my way downtown. Trinkle, he said exultantly, that begins to look as though the backbone of this suffragette strike was broken. What? You have got a dent in your derby. It may have been that, said Mr. Trinkle. Mr. Melner hastily removed his hat and punched out the dent. Mr. Trinkle gazed gloomily out of the window. For an hour they talked business, then Mr. Melner was ready to go. How are my nephews getting on? He asked. Something rotten, replied Mr. Trinkle truthfully. What's the matter with M? Everything except a talent for business. You mean to say they exhibit no aptitude? Not the slightest. Mr. Melner seized his overcoat from the hook. Mr. Trinkle offered to hold it for him. The offer irritated the wealthy owner of the Star, who suspected that the city editor meant to intimate that he, Mr. Melner, was too old to get into his own overcoat without assistance. Never mind, he said ungratefully. He fussed at the carnation in his buttonhole, picked up his doggy walking stick, glanced over his carefully pressed trousers and light-colored spats, strolled across to the mirror, and leisurely drew on his new gloves. I have, said the city editor with satisfaction. They loathe me. Do it some more, then. I will not permit any nepotism in this office. If you do not keep after M, they will turn into little beastly journalists instead of into decent, self-respecting newspaper men. Have either of my nephews attempted to write any more poetry for the Saturday supplement? Young Sayer got away with some verses. What d'ye do with M? Growled Mr. Melner. Printed M. Printed them, are you crazy? Do not worry, Sayer got no signature out of me. But why did you print? Because those verses were too devilish good to lose. You must have read them. It was that poem, Amoret. Yes, and the entire sentimental press of the country is now copying it without credit. My nephew wrote Amoret, repeated Mr. Melner with mingled emotions. He sure 999. That poem seemed to deal a direct blow at this suffragette strike. Several women subscribers sent in mash notes. I had a mind to take advantage of one or two myself. Pride and duty contended in the breast of Augustus Melner. Duty won. That's what I told you, he snapped. Those pups will begin to write for the magazines if you do not look out. Well, I tell you that they have no nose for news, no real instinct, and they might as well write for the backs of the magazines. They have got to acquire news instinct. Bang it into trinkle, rub their noses in it. I will have those pups understand that if ever they expect to see any inheritance from me, they will have to prepare themselves to step into my shoes. They will have to know the whole business from window washer to desk, and they have got to like it, to every bit of it. You keep at it if it kills trinkle, understand. It will kill more than those gifted young literary gentlemen, said Trinkle darkly. What do you mean by that? It will kill a few dozen good stories. We are going to murder a big one now, but it's your funeral. That Adirondack story. Exactly, it's as good as dead. Trinkle, listen to me. How are we going to make men of those pups if we do not rouse their pride? I tell you, a man grows to meet the opportunity. The bigger the opportunity, the bigger he grosser he blows up. Put those boys up against the biggest job of the year, and it's worth 5 years liberal education to them. That's my policy. Is not it a good one? Mr. Trinkle said, it's your paper. I do not give a damn. Mr. Melner glared at him. You do what I tell you, he growled. You start in and slam him around the way they say Belasco slammed Leslie Carter. I will have no nepotism here. He went out by a private entrance, walking with the jaunty energy that characterized him. Mr. Trinkle looked after him. Talk of nepotism, he muttered, then struck the desk savagely. To the overzealous young man, who came in with an exuberant step, he snarled. Show him in, and do not you go volplaning around this office, or I will destroy you. A moment afterward, the youthful nephews of the great Mr. Melner appeared. They closed and locked the door behind them as they were tersely bidden, then stood in a row, politely and attentively receptive, well-bred, pleasant-faced, expensive-looking young fellows, typical of the metropolis. Mr. Trinkle eyed them with disfavor. So at last you are ready to start, eh? He rasped out. I thought perhaps you had gone to Newport for the summer to think it over. You are ready, are you not? Yes, sir, we hope to. Well, damn it, yes is enough. Cut out the we hope to, and try not to look at me patiently, Mr. Sayer. I do not want anybody to be patient with me. I dislike it. I prefer to incite impatience in people. Impatience is a form of energy. I like energy. Energy is important in this business. The main thing is to get a move on, and then, first you know, you will begin to hustle. Try it for a change. He continued to inspect them gloomily for a few moments. Then, to successfully cover this story, he continued, you both ought to be expert woodsmen, thoroughly inured to hardship, conversant with woodcraft and nature. Are you? We have been reading up, began Langdon confidently. We have a dozen pocket volumes to take into the woods with us. Have not I already warned you that every ounce of superfluous luggage will weigh a ton in the woods? Interrupted the city editor scornfully. Are you two youthful guys under the impression that you can stroll through the wilderness loaded down with a 5-foot shelf of assorted junk? Sayer arranged that, said Langdon. He has invented a wonderful system, Mr. Trinkle. You know that thin white stuff which resembles sheets of paper that they give goldfish to eat. Well, Sayer and I tasted it, and it was not very bad, so we had them make up 12,000 sheets of it, flavored with vanilla, and then we got Dribble Co., the publishers, to print one set of their nature library on the sheets and bind them up in edible cassava covers. As soon as we thoroughly master a volume, we can masticate it, pages, binding, everything. William, show Mr. Trinkle your notebook, he added, turning to Sayer, who hastily produced a pad and displayed it with pardonable pride. Made entirely of fish food, sugar, pemmican, and cassava, he said modestly. Takes pencil, ink, stylograph, indelible pencil, crayon, chalk. The city editor regarded the two young men, and then the edible pad in amazement. "What?" he barked. "Say it again." "It's made of perfectly good fish wafer, Mr. Trinkle. We had it analyzed by Professor Small, and he says it is mildly nutritious, so we added other ingredients." "Certainly," said Langdon. "Bite into it, William, and show him." Sayer bit out a page from the pad and began to masticate it. The city editor regarded him with intense hostility. "Oh, very well," he said. "I have not any further suggestions to offer. Your uncle has picked you for the job, but it's my private opinion that here is where you make good or hunt another outlet for your Genius 7 if your uncle does own the Star." Then he rose and laid his hands on their shoulders. "It's a wild and desolate region," he said, with an irony they did not immediately perceive. "Nothing but woods and rocks and air and earth and mountains and madly rushing torrents and weird, silent lakes, nothing but trails, macadam roads and signposts and hotels and camps and tourists and telephones. If you find yourself in any very terrible solitudes, abandon everything and make for the nearest fashionable $5 igloo. It may be almost a mile away, but try to reach it, and God bless you." As the dawning suspicion that they were being trifled with became an embarrassed certainty, the city editor's grim visage cracked into a grimmer grin. "I do not think that you young gentlemen are cut out for a newspaper career, but you do, and others higher up say to let you try it. So you are going in to find at least one of those 4 men, dead or alive. The police have not been able to find them, but you will, of course. The game wardens, fire wardens, guides, constables, farmers, lumbermen, sheriffs cannot discover hair or hide of them, but no doubt you can. The wild and dismal state forest is now full of detectives, amateur and professional. It's full of hotel keepers, trout fishermen, and private camps, which are provided with elevators, electric light, squash courts, modern plumbing, and footmen in knee breeches. And all of these dinky ginks are hunting for 4 young and wealthy men who have, at regular intervals of 1 week each, suddenly and completely disappeared from the face of nature and the awful solitudes of the Adirondacks. I take it for granted that you have the necessary data concerning their several and respective vanishings." "Yes, sir," said Langdon, who was becoming redder and redder under the bland flow of the desk's irony. "Suppose you run over the main points before you dash recklessly out into the woods via Broadway." "William," said Langdon with boyish dignity, "would you be kind enough to run over your notes for Mr. Trinkle?" "It will afford me much pleasure to do so," replied Sayer, also very red and dignified. Out of his pocket, he drew what appeared to be an attenuated ham sandwich. Opening it with a slight smile of triumph, as Mr. Trinkle's eyes protruded, he turned a page of fishwafer paper and read aloud the penciled memoranda. "May 1st, 1910. Reginald Willett, a wealthy amateur, author of rough life photography, snapshots at trees, hunting the wild bat with the camera, etc., etc., left his summer camp on the Gilded Dome, taking with him his Kodak for the purpose of securing photographs of the wilder flowers of the wilderness. He never returned. His butler and second man discovered his camera in the trail. No other trace of him has yet been discovered. He was young, well-built, handsome, and in excellent physical condition." Sayer turned the page outward so that Mr. Trinkle could see it. "Here's his photograph," he said, "and his dimensions." Mr. Trinkle nodded. "Go on," he said, and Sayer resumed, turning the page. "May 8th, James Carrick, a minor poet, young, well-built, handsome, and in excellent physical condition, disappeared from a boat on Dingman's Pond. The boat was found. It contained a notebook in which was neatly written the following graceful poem. While gliding o'er the fair expanse, and gazing at the shore beyond, what simple joys the soul entrance, evoked by rowing on Dingman's Pond. The joy I here have found shall be dear to my heart till life forsake, and often shall I think of thee, thou mildly beauteous Dingman's Lake. "Stop," said Mr. Trinkle, infuriated. Sayer looked up. "The poem gets the hook," he snarled. "Go on." "The next," continued young Sayer, referring to his edible notebook, "is the case of Delancey Smith. On May 16th, he left his camp, taking with him his rod with the intention of trying for some of the larger, wilder, and more dangerous trout, which it is feared still infest the remoter streams of the state forest. His luncheon, consisting of truffled pates and champagne, was found by a searching party, but Delancey Smith has never again been seen or heard of. He was young, well-built, handsome, and in excellent physical condition," snapped Mr. Trinkle. "That's the third Adonis you have described. Quit it." "But that is the exact description of those three young men. Every one, they all seem to have been exceptionally handsome and healthy." "Well, does that suggest any clue to you? Think, use your mind. Do you see any clue?" "In what?" "In the probably similar fate of so much masculine beauty." The young men looked at him, perplexed, silent. Mr. Trinkle waved his hands in desperation. "Wake up," he shouted. "Does not it strike you as odd that every one of them so far has been Gibsonian perfection itself? Does not that seem funny? Does not it suggest some connection with the present franchise strike?" "It is odd," said Langdon thoughtfully. "You notice," bellowed Mr. Trinkle, "that no young man disappears who is not a physical Adonis, do you? No thin-shanked, stoop-shouldered, scant-haired highbrow has yet vanished. You notice that, do not you, Sayer? Open your mouth and speak. Say anything. Say Pip, if you like, only say something." All right, as long as you do notice it," yelled the city editor. "It looks safe for you. I guess you both will come back. All right, in case any of these suffragettes have become desperate and have started kidnapping operations." Langdon was rather thin. He glanced sideways at Sayer, who wore glasses and whose locks were prematurely scant. "Go on, William," he said, with a crisp precision of diction which betrayed irritation and Harvard. Sayer examined his notes and presently read from them. "The fourth and last victim of the Adirondack wilderness disappeared very recently, May 24th. His name was Alphonso W. Green, a wealthy amateur artist. When last seen, he was followed by his valet, who carried a white umbrella, a folding stool, a box of colors, and several canvases. After luncheon, the valet went back to the Gilded Dome Hotel to fetch some cigarettes. When he returned to where he had left his master painting a picture of something, which he thinks was a tree, but which may have been cows in bathing, Mr. Green had vanished. Ahem, he was young, well-built, handsome, and—" "Kill it," thundered the city editor, purple with passion. "But it's the official descrip." "I do not believe it. I will not. I cannot. How the devil can a whole bunch of perfect Apollos disappear that way? There are not four such men in this state, anyway outside of fiction and the stage. I am only reading you the official." Mr. Trinkle gulped. The chewing muscles worked in his cheeks, then calmness came, and his low and anxiously lined brow cleared. "All right," he said. "Show me, that's all I ask. Go ahead and find just one of these disappearing Apollos. That's all I ask." He shook an inky finger at them impressively, timing its wagging to his parting admonition. "We want two things, do you understand? We want a story, and we want to print it before any other paper. Never mind reporting progress and the natural scenery. Never mind telegraphing the condition of the local color or the dialect of northern New York, or your adventures with nature, or how you went up against big game or any other kind of game. I do not want to hear from you until you have got something to say. All you are to do is to prowl and mouse and slink and lurk and hunt and snoop and explore those woods until you find one or more of these Adonises, and then get the story to us by chain lightning. If," he added indifferently, "it breaks both your silly necks to do it." They passed out with calm dignity, saying "Goodbye, sir," in haughtily modulated voices. As they closed the door, they heard him grunt a parting injury. What an animal, observed Sayer, if it was not for the glory of being on the NY Star. Sure, said Langdon, it's a great paper. Besides, we have got Toif, we want to remain next to Uncle Augustus. It was a great newspaper. For ethical authority, its editorials might be compared only to the Herald's. For disinterested principle, the Sun alone could compare with it. It had all the lively enterprise and virile, restless energy of the Tribune, all the gay, inconsequent, and frothy sparkle of the Evening Post, all the risky popularity of the Outlook. It was a very, very great New York daily. What on earth has become of it? Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 2. Langdon, very greasy with fly ointment, very sleepy from a mosquito-full night, squatted cross-legged by the camp-fire, nodding drowsily. Sayer fought off mosquitoes with one grimy hand. With the other, he turned flapjacks on the blade of his hunting knife. All around them lay the desolate Adirondack wilderness. The wire fence of a game preserve obstructed their advance. It was almost 3/4 of a mile to the nearest hotel. Here and there, in the forest, immense boulders reared their prehistoric bulk. Many bore the inscription, "Votes for Women." "I tell you I did see her," repeated Sayer, setting the coffee pot on the ashes and inspecting the frying pork. "The chances are," yawned Langdon, rousing himself and feebly sucking at his empty pipe, "that you fell asleep waiting for a bite as I did just now. Now I have got my bite and I am awake. It was a horsefly. Are not those flapjacks ready?" "If you are so hungry, help yourself to a ream of fish wafer," snapped Sayer. "I am not a Hindu god, so I cannot cook everything at once." Langdon waked up still more. "I want to tell you," he said fiercely, "that I would rather gnaw circles in a daisy field than eat any more of your accursed fish wafer. Do you realize that I have already consumed 6 entire pads, 1 ledger, and 2 notebooks?" Sayer struck frantically at a mosquito. "I wonder," he said, "whether it might help matters to fry it." "That mosquito. You would better get busy and fry a few trout." "Where are they?" "In some of these devilish brooks. It's up to you to catch a few." "Did not I try?" demanded Sayer. "Did not I fish all the afternoon?" "All I know about it is that you came back here last night with a farthest north story and no fish. You are an explorer, all right." "Look here, Curtis, do not you believe I saw her?" "Sure, when I fall asleep, I sometimes see the same kind ol' winners, too." "I was not asleep. You said yourself that you were dead tired of waiting for a trout to become peevish and bite." "I was, but I did not fall asleep. I did see that girl. I watched her for several minutes. Breakfast's ready." Langdon looked mournfully at the flapjacks. He picked up one which was only half scorched, buttered it, poured himself a cup of sickly coffee, and began to eat with an effort. "While waiting for a trout to bite," said Sayer, swallowing a lump of food violently, "I was amusing myself by repeating aloud my poem, Amoret. Where is the girl of yesterday? The kind that snuggled up. In vain I walk along Broadway. Where is the girl of yesterday? Who's pretty? All right, go on with the facts." "Well, that's what I was repeating," said Sayer tartly, "and it's as good verse as you can do." Langdon bit into another flapjack with resignation. Sayer swallowed a cup of coffee, dodging an immersed juniper-beetle. "I was just repeating that poem aloud," he said, shuddering. The woods were very still except for the flies and mosquitoes. Sunlight lay warm and golden on the mossy tree trunks. "Cut it, you are not on space rates. I was trying to give you a picture of the scene." An obstinate expression hardened Sayer's face. The breeze stirred a lock on his handsome but prematurely bald forehead. He gazed menacingly at his companion through his gold pince-nez. "I will blue pencil my own stuff," he said. "If you want to hear how it happened, you will listen to the literary part too." Go on then, said Langdon sullenly. I will. The sunlight fell softly upon the trees of the ancient wood. Bosky depths cast velvety shadows. What is a bosky depth? What is boskiness? By heaven, I have waited years to ask, and now's my chance. You tell me what bosky is, or do you want to hear about that girl? Yes, but then you fill your face full of flapjack and shut up. Langdon bit rabidly at a flapjack and beat the earth with his heels. Now there's enough descriptive color to give you a proper mental picture. If you had left me alone, I would have finished it 10 minutes ago. The rest moves with accelerated rhythm. It begins with the cracking of a stick in the forest. Hark, a sharp crack is. Every bum novel begins that way. Well, the real thing did too, and it startled me. How did I know what it might have been? It might have been a bear. Or a cow. You talk, said Sayre angrily, like William Dean Howells. Have not you any romance in you? Not what you call romance. Pass the flapjacks. Sayre passed them. My attention, he said, instantly became riveted upon the bushes. I strove to pierce them with a piercing glance. Suddenly. Sure, suddenly always comes next. A naked savage in full war paint. Naked nothing, a young girl in full war paint and a perfectly fitting gown stepped noiselessly out. Out of what, you gink? The bushes, damn it. She held in her hand a curious contrivance which I could not absolutely identify. It might have been a hammock, it might have been a fishnet. Perhaps it was a combination, suggested Langdon cheerfully. Good idea, she to help you catch a trout, you to help her sit in the hammock afterward. Sayre, absorbed in retrospection, squatted beside the fire, a burnt flapjack suspended below his lips, which were slightly touched with a tenderly reminiscent smile. What are you smirking about now? Demanded Langdon. She was such a pretty girl, mused Sayre dreamily. Did you sit in the hammock with her? Did not you speak to her? No, we just looked. She looked at me, I gazed at her. She was so unusually pretty, Curtis, and her grave, gray eyes seemed to meet mine and melt deep into me, somehow. In plainer terms, suggested Langdon, she gave you the eye. What? That's a peculiarly coarse observation. Then tell it your own way. I will. The sunlight fell softly upon the trees of the ancient wood. Wouldn't that bark you? Shouted Langdon, furious. Go on with the dolly dialogue, or I will punch your head, you third-rate bestseller. But there was no dialogue, Kurt. It began and ended in a duet of silence, he added sentimentally. Did not you say anything? Did not you try to make a date? Are not you going to see her again? I do not know. I am not sure what sweet occult telepathy might have passed between us, Curtis. Somehow I believe that all is not yet ended. Pass the pork. I like to think that somehow, someday, somewhere. Stop that, you are ending it, the way women end short stories in the theatrical centers. What I want to know is why you think that your encounter with this girl has anything to do with our finding Reginald Willett. There was a basin of warm water simmering on the ashes. Sayre used it as a finger bowl, dried his hands on his shirt, lighted his pipe, and then slowly drew from his hip pocket a flat leather pocketbook. Kurt, he said, I am not selfish. I am perfectly willing to share glory with you. You know that, do not you? Sure, muttered Langdon, you are a bum cook, but otherwise moral enough. Sayre opened the pocketbook and produced a photograph. Everybody who is searching for Willett, he said, examine the few clues he left. Like hundreds of others, you and I, when we first entered these woods, went to his camp on Gilded Dome, prowled all over it, and examined the camera which had been picked up in the trail, did not we? We 999. It was a sad scene, his distracted old father. Did you see his distracted old father, Kurt? I know, of course not. Like everybody else, I respected the grief of that aged and stricken gentleman. I did not. Hey, why's you yellow dingo? Kurt, as I was snooping about the Italian garden, I happened to glance up at the mansion I mean the camp, and I saw by the window a rather jolly old buck with a waxed mustache and a monocle, smoking a good cigar and perusing his after-breakfast newspaper. A gardener told me that this tranquil old bird was Willett Sr., who had arrived the evening before from Europe via New York. So I went straight into that house, and I disregarded the butler, second man, valet, and 7 assorted servants, and Mr. Willett Sr. heard the noise and came to the dining-room door. "Well, what the devil's the matter?" he said. I said, "I only want to ask you one question, sir. Why are you not in a state of terrible mental agitation over the tragic disappearance of your son?" "Because," he replied, coolly, "I know my son, Reginald. If the newspapers and the public will let him alone, he will come back when he gets ready." "Are you not alarmed?" "Not in the least." "Then why did you return from Europe and hasten up here?" "Too many newspaper men hanging around." He glanced insultingly at the silver. "I let that go, Mr. Willett," I said. "They found your son's camera on the trail. Your butler exhibits it to the police and reporters and tells them a glib story. He told it to me also. But what I want to know is why nobody has thought of developing the films." "My butler," said Mr. Willett, eyeing me, "did develop the films." "Was there anything on them?" "Some trees." He scrutinized me. "After you have seen them, will you take your friend and go away and remain?" he asked wearily. "Yes," I said. He walked into the breakfast room, opened a silver box, and returned with half a dozen photographs. The first 5 presented as many views of foliage. I used a jeweler's glass on them, but discovered nothing else. "Was there anything to jar you on the 6th photograph?" inquired Langdon, interested. Sayer made an impressive gesture. He was a trifle inclined toward the picturesque and histrionic. "Kurt, on the ground under a tree in the 6th photograph lay something which, until last evening, did not seem to me important." He paused dramatically. "Well, what was it? A bandersnatch?" asked Langdon irritably. "Examine it." Langdon took the photograph. "It looks like our hammock." "Hayes." Sayer leaned over his shoulder and laid the stem of his pipe on the extreme edge of the photograph. "If you look long enough and hard enough," he said, "you will just be able to make out the vague outline of a slender human hand among the leaves, holding the end of the hammock. See it?" Langdon looked long and steadily. Presently he fished out a jeweler's glass, screwed it into his eye, and looked again. "Do you think that's a human hand?" "I do." "It's a slim one, a child's or a young girl's?" "It is. She had beautiful hands." "Who?" "That girl I saw last evening." Langdon slowly turned and looked at Sayer. "Well, what do you make of it?" "Nothing yet except a million different little romances." "Of course you would do that anyway, but what scientific inference do you draw? Here's a thing that looks like a hammock lying on the ground. One end seems to be lifted. Perhaps that is a hand. Well, what about it?" "I am going to find out." "How?" "By fishing," said Sayer quietly, rising and picking up his rod. "You are going back there in hopes of—" "In hopes." After a silence, Langdon said, "You say she was unusually pretty." "Unusually." "Shall I go with you, William?" "No," said Sayer coldly. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 3. Sayer had been fishing for some time with the usual result when the slightest rustle of foliage caught his ear. He looked up. She was standing directly behind him. He got to his feet immediately and pulled off his cap. That was too bad. He was better looking with it on his head. I wondered whether you would come again, he said, so simply and naturally that the girl, whose gray eyes had become intent on his scanty hair with a surprised and pained expression, looked directly into his smiling and agreeable face. Did you come to fish this pool? He asked. You are very welcome to. I cannot catch anything. Why do you think that I am out fishing? She asked in a curiously clear, still voice, very sweet and young, but a voice that seemed to grow out of the silence instead of to interrupt it. You are fishing, are you not? Or at least you came here to fish last evening, he said. Why do you think so? You had a net. He expected her to say that it was a hammock which she was trailing through the woods in search of two convenient saplings on which to hang it. She said, yes, it was a net. Did my being here drive you away from your favorite pool? She looked at him candidly. You are not a sportsman, are you? No, he admitted, turning red. Why? People who take trout in nets are fined and imprisoned. It was not a fish net. He waited. She offered no further explanation. Sometimes she looked at him rather gravely, he thought. Sometimes she looked at the stream. There was not the slightest hint of embarrassment in her manner as she stood there, a straight, tall young thing, grayed, red-lipped, slim, with that fresh, slender smoothness of youth, clad in gray wool, hatless, thick burnished hair rippling into a heavy knot at the nape of the whitest neck he had ever seen. The stiller she stood, apparently wrapped in serious inward contemplation, the stiller he remained, as though the spell of her serene self-absorption consigned him to silence. Once he ventured, stealthily, to smack a mosquito, but at the echoing whack there was, in her slowly turned face, the calm surprise of a disturbed goddess, and he felt like saying, "Excuse me." "Do they bite you?" she asked, lifting her divine eyebrows a trifle. "Bite me, good heavens, do not they bite you, but I do not suppose they dare." "I did not mean dare exactly," he tried to explain, feeling his ears turning a fiery red and wondering why on earth he should have made such a foolish remark. "What did you mean?" "And nothing, I do not know. I say things and sometimes," he added in a burst of confidence, "they do not seem to mean anything at all." To himself he groaned through ground teeth. What an ass I am! What on earth is the matter with me? She considered him in silence, candidly, and redder grew his ears as he saw that she was quietly inspecting him from head to foot with an interest perfectly unembarrassed, innocently intent upon her inspection. Then, having finished him down to his feet, she lifted her eyes, caught his, looked a moment straight into them, then sighed a little. "Do you know," she said, "I ought not to have come here again." "Why?" he asked, astonished. "There's no use in my telling you. There was no use in my coming. Oh, I realize that perfectly well now, and I think I would better go." She lingered a moment, glanced at the stream running gold in the afternoon light, then turned away, bidding him goodbye in a low voice. "Are you going?" he blurted out, not knowing exactly what he was saying. She moved on in silence. He looked after her. A perfectly illogical feeling of despair overwhelmed him. "For heaven's sake, do not go away," he said. She moved on a pace. Another, more slowly, hesitated, halted, leisurely looked back over her shoulder. "What did you say?" she asked. I said, but he began to stammer fearfully and could get no farther. Perhaps she thought he was threatened with some kind of seizure. Anyway, something about him apparently interested her enough to slowly retrace her steps. "What is the matter, Mr. Sayer?" she asked. "Why, that's funny," he said. "You know my name." Could, would, should, might, he could get no farther. "What? And might he would it, but could you? Are you trying to ask me what is my name?" "Yes," he said, Did you think I was reciting a lesson in grammar? Suddenly, the rare smile played delicately along the edges of her upcurled mouth. No, she said, I knew you were embarrassed. It was not nice of me, but, and her face grew grave, there is no use in my telling you my name. Why? Because we shall not meet again. Will not you ever let me give me a chance a Bekasau no, some housing you yesterday and today this way. Yes, I know what you mean. Do you? Yes, I came back too, she said seriously. A strange, inexplicable tingling pervaded him. Yes, I should not have done it, because I saw you perfectly plainly yesterday, but somehow I hoped somehow. What? That there had been a mistake. You thought you knew me. Oh no, I knew perfectly well I had never before seen you. That made no difference. It was not that, but I thought I had made a mistake. In fact, she said, with a slight effort, I was dishonest with myself. I knew all the time that it was useless, and as soon as I saw you with your cap off. What? He faltered. A slight blush, perfectly distinct in her creamy skin, grew, then waned. I am sorry, she said. Of course, you do not understand what I am saying, and I cannot explain, and I think I had better go. Please do not. That is an added reason for my going. What is? He looked at her, bewildered, and slowly passed his hand across his eyes. Somehow, he said, this is all like magic to me. Here in the wilderness, I hear a stick crack. I meant you to hear it. I could have moved without a sound. And looking up, I see the most beautiful. I see you, then I dream of you. Did you? Every moment between mosquitoes, and then today I returned hoping. She lost a trifle of her color. Hoping what? TTTOSSCU, he stammered. I must go, she said under her breath, almost hurriedly. This must stop now. Will not you can't, you couldn't I? Number no, Mr. Sayer. He said, I have simply got to see you again. I know what I am asking, saying, hoping, wishing isn't usual, conventional, advisable, but I cannot help it. There is no use, she said. It is perfectly horrid of me to have come back. I somehow was afraid from the expression of your face yesterday. Afraid of what? She hesitated, then lifting her gray eyes fearlessly. Afraid that you might wish to see me again, because I felt the same way. Do you mean, he cried, that if that you that we, oh Lord, I'm not eloquent, but every faltering, stuttering, stammering fool of a word I do say means a million things. Oh, I know it, Mr. Sayer, I know it. I have no business here, I must not remain. If you go, you know I will do some absurd thing like poking my head under water and holding it there, or walking backward off that ledge. Do you know if you should suddenly go away now, and if that ended it? Ended what? You know, he said. Mr. Sayer, she said, with an effort, I shall not tell you my name, but if you ever again should happen to think of me, think of my name as the name of the girl in that poem which I heard you reciting yesterday. Amourette. Yes, that was the name of the poem and of the girl. You may call me Amorettohin, you are thinking of me alone by yourself. Did you like that poem? Why do you ask? Because I wrote it. She lost a little of her color. Yes, he said, I wrote it, Amourette. With an enraptured smile verging perilously upon the infatuated, if not fatuous, he repeated her name aloud, and she looked at him out of soft gray eyes that seemed at once fascinated and distressed. Please let me go, she said. He was not detaining her. Will not you, she asked pitifully. No, I will not, said William Sayer, suddenly invaded by an instinct that he possessed authority in the matter. We must talk this thing over. Oh, but there is not any use really, truly there is not. Will not you believe me? No, he said as honestly as he could through the humming exaltation that sang in him, until, to himself, he sounded like a beehive. There was a fallen log all over moss behind her. We ought to be seated to properly consider this matter, he said. I must not think of it, I must go instantly. When they were seated, and he had nearly twisted his head off trying to meet her downcast eyes, he resumed a normal and less parrot-like posture and folded his arms portentously. To begin, he said, I came here fishing. I heard a stick crack. She looked up. That was my fault. It was all my fault. I do not know how I ever came to do it. I never did such a thing in my life. We merely heard that you and Mr. Langdon were in the woods. Who heard? We never mind the others. I will say that I heard you were here. And I took my net and came towed. To what? To investigate. Investigate what? Me? Yes, I cannot explain. But I came, honestly, naturally, unsuspiciously. And as soon as I saw you, I was quite sure that you were not what certain people wanted, even if you were the author of Amoret. To begin, he said, I came here fishing. I was not what you wanted, he repeated, bewildered. They, who are they, and what, in heaven's name, did they require? I do not want to tell you, Mr. Sayer. All I shall say is that I knew immediately that they did not want you because you are not up to the university standard, and you will not understand that. I ought to have gone quietly away. I do not know why I did not. I was so interested in listening to you recite and in looking at you. I loved your poem, Amoret, and 2 hours slipped by. You stood there in the bushes looking at me for 2 hours and listening to my poem and liking it. Yes, I Roman 999. I do not know why. And then, somehow, without any apparent reason, I wanted you to see me, without any apparent reason, and so I stepped on a dry stick. And today I came back, without any apparent reason. I do not know what on earth has happened to make me forget. Forget what? Except what? She looked up at him with clear gray eyes, a trifle daunted. Forget everything, except that I like you, Mr. Sayer. He said, that is the sweetest and most fearless thing a woman ever said. I am absurdly happy over it. She waited, looking down at her linked fingers. And he said, for the first time in all my life, I have cared more for what a woman has said to me than I care for anything on earth. There was a good deal of the poet in William Sayer. Do you mean it? She asked tremulously. I mean more. I think you had better not say more. Why? Because of what I told you. There is no use in Yoria finding me interesting. Are you married? He asked, so guilelessly that she blushed and denied it with haste. His head was spinning in a sea of pink clouds. Harps were playing somewhere. It may have been the breeze in the pines. Amoret, he repeated in a sort of divine daze. I am going, she said, in a low voice. Do you desire to render me miserable for life? He asked so seriously that at first she scarcely realized what he had said. Then blush and pallor came and went. She caught her breath, looked up at him beseechingly. Everything is wrong, she said in the ghost of a voice. Things are hurrying me, trying to drive me headlong. I must go. Let me go now. And she sat very still and closed her eyes. A second later she opened them. Why did you come? She asked almost fiercely. There was no use in it. Why did you come into these woods for that foolish newspaper? By this time the Associated Press, the police, and the families of the men you are looking for have received letters from every one of the 4 missing young men, saying that they are perfectly well and happy and expect to return after their honeymoons. After a while he managed to ask whether she wished him to believe that these 4 young men had each eloped with their soul mates. She bit her lip. To be accurate, she said in a low voice, somebody eloped with each one of them. How, I do not understand. I do not wish you to. Goodbye. You mean, he demanded, incredulously, that 4 girls ran away with these 4 big, hulking young men? Practically. That's ridiculous. Besides, it's impossible. Besides, women do not run men off like cattle rustlers. Man is the active agent in elopements, woman the passive agent. She did not answer. Is not she? She made no reply. He said, Amourette, shall I illustrate what I mean with you as the passive agent? He looked east, west, north, south, and finally up into the sky. Seeing nobody, the silly expression left his otherwise interesting face. A graver, gentler light grew in his eyes, and he put one arm around her supple waist. Something is dreadfully wrong, he said. All this must be explained at our strange encounter, our speaking, our talking at cross purposes, our candid interest in each other's sudden, swift, unfeigned friendship that was born the instant that our eyes encountered. I know it was born. Oh, I know it, and I could not help it somehow. It was almost like love at first sight, he whispered. It was something like it, I am afraid. Do you think it was love? I do not know, do you? I do not know, you must not cry, put your head down her, you must not be distressed. I am dreadfully. You must not be. I cannot help it, no. Could you help it, if you loved me? Oh no, it would distress me beyond measure Toto love you. Oh, it must not happen to me. It is already happening to me. Do not let it happen to either of us, please. Beautite is happening all the while, Amourette. She drew a swift, startled sigh. Is that what it is that is happening to me, too, Mr. Sayer? Yes, I think so. Oh, she sobbed, hiding her face closer to his shoulder. Amourette, darling D. Listen, because now I have got to tell you all about the disappearance of those perfectly horrid young specimens of physical perfection, and after that you will abhor me. Wait, she sobbed. I have got myself and you into the most awful scrape you ever dreamed of by falling in love with you at first sight. And she turned her face closer to his shoulder and slipped one desperate little hand into his. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 4. About 2 o'clock that afternoon, Sayer rushed into camp with his scanty hair on end. Langdon, who had been attempting to boil a blank book for dinner, gazed at him in consternation. What is it, Bears William? He asked fearfully. Don't be frightened, I will stand by you. It is not bears, you simp. I have just unearthed the most colossal conspiracy of the century. Curtis, things are happening in these woods that are incredible, abominable, horrible. What is happening? Faltered Langdon, turning paler. Murder. Worse, they have got Willett and the others. She admitted it to me. Hey! Willett and Carrick and the others, shouted Sayer, gesticulating. They have caught 'em all, she said so, I. They, she, who's caught what? Who's they, what it is, who's she, what are you talking about anyway? Amourette told me. Amourette, who the deuce is Amourette? I do not know, shut up, my head's spinning like a gyroscope. All I know is that I want to marry her, and she will not let me, and I believe she would if I had a reliable hair restorer, and was not nearsighted, but she ran away and got inside the fence and locked the gate. Are you drunk? Demanded Langdon, or merely frolicsome? He began to run around in circles. Langdon, having seen similar symptoms in demented cats, regarded him with growing alarm. "I tell you it's an outrageous social condition which tolerates such doings," shouted Sayer. "It's a perfectly monstrous state of things. 9 handsome men out of 10 are fatheads. I told her so. I tried to point out to her, but she would not listen, would not listen." Langdon stared at him, jaw agape. Then, "Quit that ghost dancing and talk sense," he ventured. "Do you think that men are going to stand for it?" yelled Sayer, waving his hands. "Ordinary, decent, God-fearing, everyday young men like you and me. If this cataclysmic cult gains ground among American women, if these exasperating suffragettes really intend to carry out any such program, everybody on earth will resemble everybody else like those wax figures marked neat, imported, and knobby. And I told Amoret that too, but she would not listen, she would not lease. My God, why am I bald?" He swung his arms like a pair of flails and advanced distractedly upon Langdon, who immediately retreated. "Come back here," he said. "I want to picture to you the horrors that are going on in your native land. You ought to know, you have got to know." "Certainly, old man," quavered Langdon, keeping a tree between them. "But do not come any closer or I will scream." "Do you think I am nutty?" "Oh, not at all, not at all," said Langdon soothingly. "Probably the wafers disagreed with you. Curtis, would not it rock any man's equilibrium to fall head over heels in love with a girl inside of 10 minutes? I merely ask you, man to man." "It sure would, dear friend." "And then to see that divine girl almost ready to love you in return, see it perfectly, plainly, and have her tell you that she could learn to care for you if your hair was not so thin and you did not wear eyeglasses. By jinx, that was too much. I will leave it to ya, wasn't it?" Langdon swallowed hard and watched his friend fixedly. "And then," continued Sayer, grinding his teeth, "then she told me about Willett." "Hey." "Oh, the whole thing is knocked in the head from a newspaper standpoint. They have all written home. They are Marador on the point of it." "What?" "But that is not what bothers me. What do I care about this job or any other job, since I have seen the only girl on earth that I could ever stay home nights for? And to think that she ran away from me and I am never to see her again because I am nearsighted and partly bald." He waved his arms distractedly. "But by the gods and demons," he cried, "I am not going to stand for her going hunting with that manet. If she catches any insufferable pup in it, I will go insane." Langdon's eyes rolled, and he breathed heavily. Sayer instantly chased him around the tree and caught him. "Kurt," he said savagely, "get over the idea that there's anything the matter with me mentally except love and righteous indignation. I am in love, and it hurts. I am indignant, because those people are treating my sex with an outrageous and high-handed effrontery that would bring the blush of impotent rage to any masculine cheek." "What people?" said the other warily. "You needn't answer till you get your wits back." "They are back, Kurt. That 12-foot fence of heavy elephant-proof wire which we noticed in the forest day before yesterday is not the fencing to a game park. It encloses 1,000 acres belonging to the New Race University. Did you know that?" "What's the New Race University?" asked Langdon, astonished. "You will not believe it, but, Curtis, it's a reservation for Theth PP propagation of a new and SS symmetrically PP proportioned race of GG godlike human beings. It's a deliberate attempt at cold-blooded scientific selection, and insult to every bald-headed, nearsighted, thin-shanked young man in the United States." "William," said the other, coaxingly, "you had better lie down and let me make some wafer soup for you. You listen to me. I am getting calmer now. I want to tell you about these new race women and their university and Amoret and Reginald Willett and the whole devilish business." Is there really such a thing, William? You would not tell me a bind like that just to make a goat of me, would you?" "No, I would not. There is such a thing." "Did you see it?" "No, I." "How do you know?" Amoret told me shamelessly, defiantly, adorably. It was organized in secret out of the most advanced and determined, as well as the most healthy, vigorous, and physically beautiful of all the suffragettes in North America. One of their number happened to own 1,000 acres here before the state took the rest for its park. And here they have come, dozens and dozens of them attend the first summer session of the new race university. Isis, they're actually a university in these woods. There is. Buildings, demanded Langdon, amazed. No burrows, is not that the limit? Kurt, believe me, they live in caves. It's their idea of being vigorous and simple and primitive. Their cult is the cave woman. They have classes, they study and recite and exercise and cook and play auction bridge. Their object is to hasten not only political enfranchisement, but the era of a physical and intellectual equality which will permit them to mate as they choose and people this republic with perfect progeny. Every girl there is pledged to mate only with the very pick of physical masculine perfection. Their pledge is to build up a new godlike race on earth, which ultimately will dominate, crush out, survive, and replace all humanity which has become degenerate. Nothing mentally or physically or politically imperfect is permitted inside that wire fence. My eyeglasses bar me out. Your shanks exclude you also your politics, because you are a Democrat. That's monstrous, exclaimed Langdon indignantly. More monstrous still, these disciples of the new race movement are militant. Their audacity is unbelievable. Certain ones among them, adepts in woodcraft, have now begun to range this forest with nets. What do you think of that? And when they encounter a young fellow who agrees with the remorseless standard of perfection set up by the university, they stalk him and net him. They have got 4 so far, and now it's Amoret's turn to go out. Langdon's teeth chattered. What are they going to do with their captures? Marry them. Willett and Carrick and. Yes, is not it awful, Kurt? No, that was a friend of hers who bagged Willett. Amoret started out yesterday for the first time after, well, I suppose you would call it big game. She saw me, stalked me, got near enough to see my glasses, and let me go. And today, thinking that she might have been mistaken, and that perhaps I only wore sunglasses, she came back. But I was ass enough to take off my cap to her, and she saw my hair saw where it wasn't, and that settled it. What a mortifying thing to happen to you, William. I should think so. There's nothing unusual the matter with me. Cesar was bald. It's idiotic to bar a man out because he has fewer hairs than the next man, and the exasperating part of it is that I believe I could win her if I had half a chance. Of course you could. If she's any good as a sport, she would rather have you, hairless myopiac that you are, than a tailor's dummy. Sayre said, is not it a terrible thing, Curtis, to think of that sweet, lovely young girl pledged to a scientific life like that, pledged to propagate perfection. What a mean-spirited creature that fellow Willett must be, observed Langdon in disgust, and the other 3 Why? To tamely submit to being kidnapped and wooed and wed, that way endure the degradation of a captivity among all those young girls. Sayre said, would you call for help if kidnapped? Langdon gazed into space. I wonder, he murmured. Sayre looked at him searchingly. I do not believe you would make the welkin ring with your yelps. It's probably the same with those 4 men. Probably. I do not suppose those suffragettes of the new race university really require any fence there to keep those men in. No, only to keep the rest of us out. The chances are that Willett and that poet Carrick and Delancey Smith and Alphonso W. Green could not be chased out of that university. Those are the chances. How I hate those 4 men. It's curious, William, that no man can ever tolerate the idea of any other man ever getting solid with any looker. I always did dislike to see another man with a pretty girl. William. What? Think of the concentrated beauty in that university. Think of that rich roundup of creamy dreams, Consider that mellifluous marmalade. And we cannot have any because you are slightly bald and nearsighted, and I am thin and scholarly." He ran at the camp kettle and kicked it. After a painful silence, Sayer said timidly, "Do not laugh, but is there any known substance which will bring in hair?" "You mean bring it out?" "Well, damn it, grow it, is there? There are too many bald monarchs and millionaires to prove the contrary, nor is there anything that can make my thin shanks fatter. Could not you deceive her with a wig? It would not matter afterward. After you are once married, let her shriek." Amoret saw my head, and he hung it in bitter dejection. "Come on," said Langdon cheerily, "let's peek through their fence and see what happens. Much has been done with a merry eye in this world of haughty ladies." As they turned away into the wood, Sayer clenched his fists. "I would like to knock the collective blocks off those 4 young men inside that fence. And to think of Amoret going out again tomorrow, man-hunting with her net. I cannot endure it, Kurt, I simply cannot." Langdon looked at his friend in deep commiseration. "I wish I could help you, William, but I do not see identexiclicy." He hesitated. "Of course I could go to Utica and pay a wigmaker and costumer to make me up into the kind of Charlie Gussie they are looking for at that university. And when your best girl goes out hunting, she will see me and net me, and you can be in hiding nearby and rush out and net her." In their excitement, they seized each other and danced. "Why not?" exclaimed Langdon. "Shall I try? Trust me to come back a specimen of sickening symmetry, the kind of man women write about and draw pictures of, pink and white and silky whiskered. Shall I? And I will bring you a net to catch her in. Is it a go, William?" Sayer broke down and began to cry. "Heaven bless you, friend," he sobbed. "And if ever I get that girl inside a net, she will learn something about natural selection that they probably forgot to teach in their accursed new race university." Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. They. 1 week later, Curtis Langdon sat on the banks of a trout stream fishing, apparently deeply absorbed in his business, but he was listening so hard that his ears hurt him. A few yards away, ambushed behind a rock on which was painted "Votes for Women," lurked William Sayer. A net lay on the ground beside him, fashioned with ring and detachable handle like a gigantic butterfly net. He, too, tremendously excited, was listening and watching the human bait Langdon being cast for the bait. Perfect and nauseating beauty now marked that young gentleman. Features and figure were symmetrical. His eyebrows had been penciled into exact arcs. His mouth was a Cupid's bow. His cheeks were softly rosy, and a silky and sickly mustache shadowed his rosy lips. Under his fashionable outing shirt, he wore a rubber chest improver. His cunningly padded shoulders recalled the exquisite sartorial creations of Mart, Hafner, and Sharks. His patent puttees gave him a calf to which his personal shanks had never aspired. Thick, golden-brown hair, false as a woman's vows, was tossed carelessly from a brow snowy with pearl powder, and he wore a lilaced handkerchief in his left cuff. Both young men truly felt that if any undergraduate of the new race university was out stalking, she would have at least one try at such a bait. Nothing feminine and earnest could resist that glutinous agglomeration of charms. But they had now been there since before dawn. Nothing had broken the sunlit quiet of forest and water, not even a trout, and they listened in vain for the snapping of the classical twig. Lunchtime came. They ate a pad apiece. Neither dared to smoke, Sayer because it might reveal his hiding place, Langdon because smoking might be considered an imperfection in the university. Sunlight fell warm on the banks of the stream. The leaves rustled, big white clouds floated in the blue above. Nothing came near Langdon except a few mosquitoes who could not bite through the makeup, and a small and inquisitive bird that inspected him with disdain and said, "Cheep, cheep," so many times that Langdon took it as a personal comment and almost blushed. He thought to himself, If it was not that William is actually becoming ill over his unhappy love affair, I am damned if I would let even a dickerbird see me in this rig. Ah, what a head of hair. The average girl's ideal is what every healthy man wants to kick. I would not blame any decent fellow for booting me into the brook on sight. He bit into his pad and sat chewing reflectively and dabbling his line in the water. He chewed his pad and swung his feet philosophically. Why the devil does not some girl come and try to steal a kiss? He muttered. It might perhaps be well to call their attention to my helpless presence and unguarded condition. So he sang for a while, swinging his legs. Somebody's watching and waiting for me, munching his luncheon between verses. And as nobody came, he bawled louder and louder the refrain. Somebody's darling, 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 until a hoarse voice from behind the rock silenced him. Shut up that hurdy-gurdy voice of yours, a defect like that will count 10 points against you, can it? Oh, very well, said Langdon, offended, but everybody does not feel the way you do about music. Silence resumed her classical occupation in the forest. The stream continued to sparkle and make its own kind of music. The trout, having become accustomed to the queer thing on the bank and the baited hook among the pebbles, gathered in the ripples, stemming the current with winnowing fins. A very young rabbit sat up in a fern patch and examined Langdon with dark, moist eyes. He sat there for several minutes, and might have remained for several more if a sound, unheard by Langdon and by Sayre, had not set the bunch of whiskers on his restless nose twitching and sent him scurrying off over the moss. The sound was no sound to human ears. Langdon heard it not. Sayre, drowsy in the scented heat, dozed behind his rock. A shadow fell across the moss, then another. Two slim shapes moved stealthily among the trees across the brook. For 10 minutes, the foremost figure stood looking at Langdon. Occasionally she used an opera glass, which, from time to time, she passed back over her shoulder to her companion. "Ethra," she whispered at last, "he seems to be practically perfect. I am wondering about those puttees. Deershanks in puttees are deceptive." "Those are exquisite calves," said Amoret sadly. "I am sure they will measure up to regulation, and his chest seems up to proof." "What beautiful eyebrows," murmured Ethra. But Amoret found no pleasure in them, nor in the golden-brown hair, nor the bloom of youth and perfect health pervading their unconscious quarry. Perhaps she was thinking of a certain nearsighted, thin-haired young man and how she had slammed the gate of the wire fence in his face after their first kiss. She drew a deep, painful breath and lifted her head resolutely. "I suppose I would better begin to stalk him, Ethra," she said. "Yes, he's a very good specimen. Be careful, dear. Strike a circle and come up behind him. When you are ready, mew like a catbird, and I will let him catch a glimpse of me. And as soon as he begins toto rubber," she said, with a haughty glance at the unconscious angler, "steal up and net him, and I will come across and help tie him up." Amoret sighed, standing there irresolute. Then she straightened her drooping shoulders, seized her net very firmly, and with infinite caution began to stalk her quarry. Once the stalking had fairly begun, the girl became absorbed in the game. All memory of Sayre, if there indeed had been any to make her falter in her purpose, now departed. She was a huntress pure and simple, silent, furtive, adroit, intent upon her quarry. There came a kind of fierceness into her concentration. The joy of the chase thrilled her as she crept noiselessly through the woods, describing a circle, crossing the stream far above the sleepy fisherman, gliding, stealing nearer, nearer, until at length she stood in the thicket behind him. For a moment she waited silently, freeing her net and gathering it in her right hand ready for a deadly cast. Then, pursing up her red lips, she mewed like a catbird 3 times. Then Amoret stole swiftly forward over the moss, swinging the heavy silken net in her right hand, closer, closer. Suddenly the net whistled in the air, glistened, lengthened, and fell, enmeshing Langdon, and at the same instant something behind her whistled and fell slap, and she found herself struggling in the folds of an enormous butterfly net. "Ithra, help!" she cried, terrified, trying to keep her balance in the web which enveloped her, striving to tear away free through the meshes. But she was only wrapped up the tighter. Two brutal masculine arms lifted her, held her cradled and entangled, freed the handle from the net, and bore her swiftly away. "Darling," whispered William Sayer, "don't kick." "You," she gasped, struggling frantically. "The real thing, dearest of women, the old-fashioned, original caveman. Will you come quietly? There's a license bureau in the next village, or shall I be obliged to keep right on carrying you?" Oh, she sobbed, "what disgrace, what humiliation, what shame. Oh, Ithra, Ithra, what in the world am I to do?" "That's where the mistake arose," said William gently. "You do not have to do anything except put both arms around my neck and, careful, not to knock off my glasses." "Glasses, Ithra, Ithra, where are you? Do not you see what is becoming of me? Yow, you had be better hurry too," she added with a sob, "because the man who is carrying me off is the man I told you about. Ithra, where are you?" A convenient echo replied in similar terms. Meanwhile Sayer was walking faster and faster through the woods. For a while she lay motionless and silent, cradled in his arms, and after a long time she tried feebly to adjust the disordered undulations on her hair. "Mr. Sayer." "Darling." She seemed to recognize this as her name. "Mr. Sayer, what are you going to do with me?" "Marry you." "BBBYFF force." "That is up to you, darling." "Against my will." "That also is up to you." And my inclination." "No, not against that, Amourette." "Do you dare believe I love you?" "I should worry." "Do you know you are hurting me, physically, spiritually, mentally?" "I suppose I am." "Do you realize that you are a brute?" "I sure do. We are all of us a little in that line, Amourette." After a long silence, she turned her face so that it rested against his shoulder, nestled closer, and lay very still. Untitled illustration. Roman 6. All over the United States conditions were becoming terrible. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of militant women, wives, widows, matrons, maidens, and stenographers had gone on strike. Non-intercourse with man was to be the punishment for any longer withholding the franchise. Husbands, fathers, uncles, fiancés, bachelors, and authors held frantic mass meetings to determine what course to pursue in the imminence of rapidly impending industrial, political, and social disaster. And so it was with young Langdon, who was left in a condition neither dignified nor picturesque, a martyr to friendship, and a victim to his own, rather frivolous idea of practical humor. Hopelessly entangled in the net which enveloped him from head to foot, he flopped about among the dead leaves on the bank of the stream, struggling and kicking like a fly in a cobweb. This he considered humorous. The lithe figure across the brook continued to view his gyrations with mingled emotions. She was a boyish young thing with a full-lipped, sensitive mouth, eyes like bluish-black velvet, and clipped hair of a dull gold color that curled thickly all over a small and beautifully shaped head in little burnished boucles, which description ought to hold the reader for a while. She wore gray wool kilts, riding breeches laced in about the knee, suede puttees, and tan shoes, and she carried a Russian game pouch beautifully embroidered across her right shoulder. For a minute or two she watched the entangled young man, eyes still wide with the excitement of the chase, full delicate lips softly parted, and her intent and earnest face reflected modest triumph, charmingly modified by an involuntary sympathized natural tribute of a generous sportswoman to the quarry successfully stalked and bagged. Cautiously now, but without hesitation, she advanced to the edge of the stream, picked her way cleverly across it on the stones, and leaping lightly to the bank, stood looking down at Langdon, who had ceased his contortions and now lay flat on his back, gazing skyward, a grin on his otherwise attractive countenance. He smiled up at her through the meshes of the net when he encountered her curious eyes, expecting immediate release. No, there could be no longer any doubt in her mind that this young man was what the new race university required for breeding purposes. No such specimen as this could hope to escape instant marriage. Here were features so mathematically flawless that they became practically featureless. Here was bodily balance so ideal that the ultimate standards of Greek perfection seemed lopsided in comparison. No, there could be no doubt about it. This young man was certainly required for the purpose of scientific propagation. Willy-nilly, he was destined to be one of the ancestors of that future and godlike race which must, one day, people the earth to replace the bigoted and degenerate population which at present encumbered it. She regarded him without the slightest personal interest now. His symmetry wearied her profoundly. She looked at him almost insolently under slightly lifted brows. Presently she said, and began to fumble in her satchel. In a few moments she produced 2 bottles, a roll of antiseptic cotton, and a hypodermic needle. "Will you come with me voluntarily?" she inquired, stepping nearer and looking down at him, "or must I use force?" He might have been humorously willing to go. He really desired to see this amusing adventure to the finish. But man resents coercion. "Force," he repeated. "Exactly," she replied, displaying her pocket pharmacy. "What are those things you have in your hand?" he asked, trying to see. "Chloroform and a hypodermic needle. If you do not wish to come with me voluntarily, you may take your choice." He laughed long and loud and derisively. "That's ridiculous," he said. "Be kind enough to undo this net. I might have been willing to go with you and look him over your friends, you know, but I do not care for your idea of humor. Your reply is typically manlike and tyrannical. For centuries man has enjoyed and abused the option of doing what he pleased. Now men are going to do what we please, whether or not it suits them." "So I have understood," he said, laughing, "but this revolt has been on for a year, and I have not noticed any men doing what they did not wish to do." "We have 4 who are doing it. They are in training for their honeymoons. You are to be the 5th to begin training," she said coolly. He laughed again derisively and lay watching her. She walked up close beside him and seated herself on the rock marked Votes for Women. "I suppose," she said tauntingly, "that you were rather astonished to wake up from your fishing nap and find yourself," she considered the effect of her words, gazing at him insolently from under slightly lowered lashes, "find yourself all balled up in a fish net." He only grinned at her. "What are you laughing at?" she demanded, unsmiling. "Lying here flat on my back, I am smiling at woman, at every individual woman on earth, at this ridiculous feminine uprising, this suffragette revolution, at your National Female Federation Committee, the thousands of local unions, this strike of your entire sex, this general boycott of my sex. What has it accomplished?" He tried to wave his hand. "You parade and make speeches in the streets, throw bricks, slap the faces of a few state congressmen, and finally proclaim a general strike and boycott. And what's the result? All social functions and ceremonies are suspended. Caterers, florists, confectioners, cabmen ruined. Theaters, restaurants, department stores, novelists, milliners in financial throes, a falling off of over 80%. In marriages and births end, you are no nearer a vote than you were before the great strike paralyzed the business of this republic." The young lady had been growing pinker and pinker. "Oh, and is that why you are laughing?" she asked. "Yes, it's the funniest strike that ever happened to a serious-minded sex, because you know your sex, as a sex, is a trifle destitute of a sense of humor." That expression, she cut in with bitter satisfaction, definitely determines your intellectual and social limits. Mr. Langdon. You are what you appear to Bayonne of those dreary bothers whose stock phrase is a sense of humor, the kind of young man who has acquired a florid imitation of cultivation, a sort of Neapolis, the type of person who uses the word brainy for capable and mentality for intelligence, the dreadful kind of person who speaks of a subject as meaty instead of properly employing the words substance or material, the sort of. Langdon, red and wrathful, sat up on the ground, peering at her through the enveloping net. Mr. Langdon, the day is past when women will either countenance or take part in any disrespectful witticisms, slurs, or jests at the expense of their own sex. Onseemed that not very long Agatha did it. Comic papers made my sex the subject of cartoons and witticisms. The stage dared to spread the contemptible misinformation. Women either smiled or remained indifferent. The impression became general and fixed that women were gallinaceous, that a hen-like philosophy characterized the sex, that they were, at best, second-rate humans, tagging rather gratefully at the heels of the lords of creation, unconcerned with the greater and vital questions of the world. Now your sex has discovered its mistake. After countless centuries of intellectual and physical bondage, woman has calmly risen to assert herself not as the peer of man, but as his superior. What? Exclaimed Langdon angrily. Certainly, since prehistoric times, man has attempted to govern and shape the destinies of all things living on this earth. He has made of his reign a miserable fizzle. It is our turn now to try our hands. And so, at last, woman steps forward, tipping the symbols of despotic power scepter and crown from the nerveless hand and dishonored brow of her recent lord and master. And down he goes under her feet where he belongs. Langdon, unable to endure such language, attempted to sit up, but the net interfered, and he lay clawing at the meshes while the girl calmly continued. The human race, as it is at present, is a disgrace to the world it inhabits. We women have now decided to repeople the earth scientifically with a race as wholesome in body as our instruction shall render it in mind. Those among us women who are adjudged physically and mentally perfect for this great and sacred work have pledged ourselves to the sacrifice pro bono publico. We shall pick out from your degenerate sex such physically perfect individuals as chance to remain. We shall regard our marriages with them as purely scientific and cold-blooded affairs. We have begun, for the purposes of repopulating the world, by capturing 4 symmetrical young men. You are the 5th. The regents of the new race university will select for you several girls who, theoretically, are best qualified to become the mothers of your. Stop, shouted Langdon, tearing violently at the net. I do not want you to talk that way to me. What way? You know perfectly well, he retorted, blushing vividly. I will not stand it. What a slave to prudery and smug convention you are, she observed with amused contempt. Nobody in the university is going to shock your modesty. Well, what are they going to do? Turn you loose in the preserve after the regents have inspected you. And then? Oh, I suppose 2 or 3 girls will be selected. To pay you marked attention. Marked what? Attention, 2 or 3 girls will begin to court you. How? Oh, the usual way, be sending you flowers and books and bonbons, and asking permission to call on you in your cave, she said carelessly. There was an embarrassed pause then. Will you be one of those aspirants to my hand? He inquired. She said indifferently, I hope not. I am sure I do not desire to be the mother of. Stop, I tell you to stop conversing on such topics, he yelled, struggling and squirming and finally rolling over, all 4s in the air. I want to get up, he shouted. My position is undignified. Anybody'd think I was a prize animal. I do not like this poultry talk. I am a man, I am no benchwinner. And if ever I marry and produce progeny, it will be somebody I select, not somebody who selects me. The girl looked at him sternly. The girl was so earnest, so naive, so emotionally stirred by the picture evoked that she enacted in pretty gestures the allegory of womanhood trampling upon sentimental emotion and turning towards science with arms outstretched. Langdon, who had managed to sit up, regarded her with terrified interest. "Would you be amiable enough to remove this net?" he asked, shivering. "I shall take you before the Board of Regents of the New Race University. They will assign you a cave." "This joke has gone far enough," he said. "Please take off this net." "No, I am going to show the regents what I caught." "Me." "But my poor child," he said, "I am not what I seem. The joke is entirely on woman, poor, derided, deluded, downtrodden, humorless woman. Why all this symmetry of menial, these endearing young charms, ariera?" He hesitated, looked at her, reflected, wavered. She was so pretty somehow he did not want to tell her. He felt furtively of his rubber chest improver, his flexible pneumatic calves, his golden brown wig, his penciled brows, silky mustache, and carefully fashioned rosebud mouth. A sudden and curious distaste for confessing to her that all the beauties were unreal came over him. Meanwhile, paying him no further attention for the moment, she was trying hard to uncork the bottle of chloroform. When she succeeded, she soaked the roll of antiseptic cotton, folded it in a handkerchief, and recorked the bottle. Then, eyeing him coldly, holding the saturated handkerchief with one hand, her pretty nose with the other, she said with nasal difficulty, "Are you actually going to do it?" he asked, incredulously. She replied firmly. "Nonsense, you are not accustomed to give chloroform." "Do, but I have read up the subject." "What?" he exclaimed, horrified. "Look out what you are doing, child. Do not you dare try that on me." "I have got to," she insisted. "Please Dod bake be nervous, or we may have ad accident." "Take that stuff away," he yelled. "You will give me too much, and then I will not wake up at all." "I will be as careful as I can," she promised him. "Thou be still." "But this is monstrous," he retorted, flopping about in the leaves like a stranded fish and frantically endeavoring to dodge the wet and reeking handkerchief. "Let go of my nose. Help, he-he-ha-hum. Bzzz, and he suddenly relaxed and fell back a limp, loose-limbed mass among the leaves. Pale and resolute, the girl knelt beside him, freed him from the net, and, bending nearer, gazed earnestly into his unconscious features. Still gazing, she drew a postman's whistle from her satchel, set it to her lips, and was about to summon the student on duty at the distant gate to help bring in the quarry, when something about the features of the recumbent young man arrested her attention. The postman's whistle fell from her pretty lips. Her startled eyes widened as she bent closer to examine the perfections which had captivated her from a scientific standpoint. At that instant consciousness began to return. He gave a sudden spasmodic and comprehensive flop. There was a report like a pistol. His chest improver had exploded. Terrified, trembling, she dropped on her knees beside him. Never before had she heard of a young man being blown to pieces by chloroform. Then, almost hysterical, she ran to the stream, filled her leather satchel with water, and running back again, emptied it upon his upturned countenance. Horror on horror. His golden brown hair, his very scalp seemed to be parting from his forehead, eyebrows, silky mustache, Lipsky's entire face seemed to be coming off. And as she shrieked and tottered to her feet, he began to sputter and kick so violently that both pneumatic calves blew up like the reports of a double-barreled shotgun. And Ethra reeled back against a tree and cowered there, covering her shocked eyes with shaking fingers. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Romans 7. It is a surprising and trying moment for a girl who throws water upon a young man's face to see that face begin to dissolve and come off, feature by feature, in polychromatic splendor. She did not faint. Her intellect reeled for a moment. Then she dropped her hands from her eyes and saw him sitting up on the ground, blinking at her gravely from a streaked and gaudy countenance. His wig was tilted over one eye, rouge and pearl powder made his cheeks and chin very gay, and his handsome, silky mustache hung by one corner from his upper lip. It was too much. She sat down limply on a mossy log and wept. His senses returned gradually. After a while, he got up and walked down to the edge of the brook with all the dignity that unsteady legs permitted. Fascinated, she watched him at his ablutions where he squatted by the water's edge, scrubbing away as industriously as a wash-raccoon. It did not occur to her to flee. Curiosity dominated an overpowering desire to see what he really resembled in puris naturalibus. After a while he stood up, hurled the damp wig into the woods, wiped his hands on his knickerbockers and his face on his sleeve, and bending over, examined his collapsed calves. And all the while, as the fumes of the chloroform disappeared and he began to realize what had been done to him, he was becoming madder and madder. She recognized the wrath in his face as he swung on his heel and came toward her. "It is your own fault," she said resolutely, "for playing a silly trick but she observed his advance very dubiously, straightening up to her full slender height to confront him, but not rising to her feet. Her knees were still very shaky. He halted close in front of her. Something in the interrogative yet fearless beauty of her upward gaze checked the torrent of indignant eloquence under which he was laboring, and presently left him even mentally mute, his lips parted stupidly. She said, according to the old order of things, a well-bred man would ask my pardon, but a decently-bred man, in the first place, would not have done such a thing to me, so your apology would only be a paradox." "What?" he exclaimed, stung into protest. "Am I to understand that after netting me and chloroforming me and nearly drowning me? My mistake was perfectly natural. Do you suppose that I would even dream of trailing you as you really are?" He gazed at her bewildered, passed his unsteady hand over his countenance, then sat down abruptly beside her on the mossy log and buried his head in his hands. She looked at him haughtily, sitting up very straight. He continued beside her in silence, face in his hands as though overwhelmed. Nothing was said for several minutes until the clear disdain of her gaze changed imperceptibly, and the rigidity of her spinal column relaxed. "I am very sorry this has happened," she said. There was, however, no sympathy in her tone. He made no movement to speak. "I am sorry," she repeated after a moment. "It is hard to suffer humiliation." "Yes," he said, "it is. But you deserved it." "How I did not fashion my face and figure." She mistook him, somebody 999. "Yes, my parents." "What?" "Oh, I do not mean that silly makeup," he said, raising his head. "What do you mean?" "I mean my own face and figure. What you did to Mayer, netting me, doping me, and all that was not a patch on what you said afterward." "What do you mean? What did I say?" "You asked me if I supposed that you would dream of netting a man with a face and figure like Mr. Langdon. Did not you?" "Ew." "You did, and can any man suffer any humiliation to compare with words like those? I merely ask you." With eyes dilated, breath coming quickly, she stared at him, scarcely yet comprehending the blow which her words had dealt to one of the lords of creation. "Mr. Langdon," she said, "do you suppose that I am the sort of girl to deliberately criticize either your features or your figure? But you 999, I merely meant that you should infer." "I inferred it all right," he said bitterly. Perplexed, not knowing how to encounter such an unexpected reproach, vaguely distressed by it, she instinctively attempted to clear herself. He turned a bright red. "Do you suppose such a condemnation, such a total ostracism, is agreeable to a man? Is there anything worse you can say about a man than to inform him that no woman could possibly take the slightest interest in him?" I did not say that. I said the modern woman. You are all moderns. It is reported that there are still a few women sufficiently old-fashioned too. They do not interest me. He looked up at her. What you have said has simply and completely spoiled me life, he said slowly. What I said? Yes. What have what could what I however who is, and she checked herself, eyes on his. Yes, he repeated with a curious sort of satisfaction, you have spoiled my entire life for me. And you know it, he insisted with gloomy triumph. Know what? That you have spoiled. Stop, will you explain to me how? Is it necessary? Necessary? Of course it is. You have made a most grave and serious and heartless charge against a woman. Yes, a heartless one against you. I heartless. Cold, deliberate, cruel, unfeeling, merciless, remorseless. Mr. Langdon, did not you practically tell me that no woman could endure the sight of a face and figure like mine? No, I did not. What are a cruel accusation? What did you mean, then? That you are not exactly qualified Todo, become an ancestor of the physically perfect race, which... She looked at him helplessly. What do you mean? I mean, where am I below proof? Where am I lacking? What points count me out? Her sensitive underlip began to tremble. I do not want to criticize you, she faltered. Please do, I beg of you. There are beauty doctors in town, he added earnestly. They can fix up a fellow and I can go to a gymnasium and take up deep breathing and... But Mr. Langdon, do you want Todo be captured? He looked into her bright and melting eyes. Yes, he said, I would like to give you another chance at me. Me, after what I did to you. Will you? Why, what a perfectly astonishing. Not very. Look me over and tell me what points count against me. I know I am not good-looking, but I would like to go into training for the bench, I mean. Yes, I would. I wish to become superficially monotonous. I am too varied, I realize that. I want to resemble that makeup I wore. That, goodness, what a horrid idea. Horrid, did not you like it well enough to net me? There was nothing expressive of my personal taste in my capturing you, I mean the kind of a man you appeared to be. It was my duty, a purely scientific matter. I do not care what it was. You went after me. You would not go after me as I now appear. I want you to tell me what is lacking in me which would prevent you going after me, again from a purely scientific standpoint. She sat breathing irregularly, rather rapidly, pretty head bent, apparently considering her hands, which lay idly in her lap. Then she lifted her blue eyes and inspected him, and it was curious, too, that now when she came to examine him, she did not seem to discover any faults. My nose does not suit you, does it? He asked candidly. Why, yes, she said innocently, it suits me. That's funny, he reflected. How about my ears? They seem to be all right, she admitted. Do you think so? They seem to me to be perfectly good ears. That's odd. What is there queer about my face? She looked in vain for imperfections. Why, do you know, Mr. Langdon, I do not seem to notice anything that is not entirely and agreeably classical. But me legs are thin. Not very. Are not they too thin? Not too thin. Perhaps you might ride a bicycle for a few days. I will, he exclaimed with a boyish enthusiasm, which lighted up his face so attractively that she found it fascinating to watch. Without my makeup, he asked in delighted surprise. I think so, why not? She replied, looking at him with growing interest. I do not see anything the matter with you. My chest improver exploded, he ventured, being naturally honest. I do not think you require it. Do not you, that is the nicest thing you ever said to me. It's only the truth, she said, flushing a trifle in her intense interest. And as far as your legs are concerned, I really do not believe you need a bicycle or anything else. In fact, I do not see why you should not go with me to the university if you care to. You darling. Mr. Langdon, what a perfectly odd thing to say to me. I did not mean it, he said with enthusiasm. I really did not mean it. What I meant was you know, don't you? She did not reply. She was absorbed in contemplating one small thumb. I am all ready to go, he ventured. She said nothing. Shall we? She looked up, looked into his youthful eyes. After a moment she rose, a trifle pale, and he followed beside her through the sunlit woods. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 8. At the gate of the new race university and masculine beauty, preserved the pretty gatekeeper on duty looked at Langdon, then at his fair captor, in unfeigned astonishment. Why, Ethra, she said, is that all you have brought home? Did you think I was going to net a dozen? Asked Ethra Leslie, warmly. Please unlock the gate. Mr. Langdon is tired and hungry, and I want the regents to finish with him quickly so that he can have some luncheon. He will never pass the examination, she whispered to Ethra. What on earth are you thinking of? What are you thinking of, Marcella? You must be perfectly blind not to see that he complies with every possible requisite. The regent's inspection is bound to be only a brief formality. Be good enough to unbar the gates. Marcella slowly drew the massive bolts. Hostile criticism was in the gaze with which she swept Langdon. Well, of all the insignificant-looking young men, she murmured to herself as Ethra and her acquisition walked away along the path, side by side. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 9. The collective and individual charms of the Board of Regents so utterly overpowered Langdon that he scarcely realized what was happening to him. First, at their request, he sat cross-legged on the ground, and they walked round and round him, inspecting him. Under such conditions, no man could be at his best. There was a silly expression on his otherwise attractive face, which, as their attitude toward him seemed to waver between indifference and disapproval, became unconsciously appealing. Langdon got up, and his ears turned red with a sudden and burning self-consciousness. Please walk past us 2 or 3 times, varying your speed. He walked in the various styles to which he had been accustomed, changing speed at intervals, and running the entire gamut between a graceful boulevard saunter and a lost dog sprint. Now, said the beautiful chairman, be good enough to run past us several times. He complied, and they studied his kangaroo-like action. Miss Vining even bent over and felt of his ankles doubtfully, and to his vivid confusion, Miss Darrell strolled up, made him sit down on a log, placed one soft, white finger on his mouth, and opening it coolly, examined the interior. Then they drew together, consulting in whispers. Then Miss Chally came with a stethoscope and listened to his pneumatic machinery, while Miss Vining carelessly pinched his biceps and tried his reflexes. After which, Miss Darrell pushed a thermometer into his mouth, measured his pulses and blood pressure, tested his sight and hearing, and his sense of smell. The latter was intensely keen, as he was very hungry. Then Miss Chally came and stood behind him and examined, phrenologically, the bumps on his head, while Miss Vining, seated at his feet, read his palm, and Miss Darrell produced a dream book and a pack of cards, and carefully cast his horoscope. But except that it transpired that he was going to take a journey, that somebody was going to leave him money, and that a dark lady was coming over the sea to trouble him, nothing particularly exciting was discovered concerning him. Miss Chally, relinquishing his head, produced a crystal and gazed into it. She did not say what she saw there. Miss Vining tried to hypnotize him and came near hypnotizing herself. which scared and irritated her, and she let him very carefully alone after that. And all the while Aethra sat on a tree stump, hands tightly clasped in her lap, looking on with pathetic eagerness and timidly searching the pretty faces of the Board of Regents for any hopeful signs. "Well," he said, smiling at Aethra, "what do you think?" "It will be horrid of them if they do not award you a blue ribbon," she said. "Good heavens," he faltered, "do they give ribbons?" "Certainly first, second, third, and honorable mention. It is the scientific and proper method of classification." Fury empurpled his visage. "That's the limit," he shouted, but she silenced him with a gesture, nodding her head toward the surrounding woods, and among the trees he caught sight of scores and scores of pretty girls furtively observing the proceedings. "Do not let them see you display any temper, or you will lose their goodwill, Mr. Langdon. Please recollect that there is no sentiment in this proceeding. It is a scientific matter to be scientifically recorded, purely a matter of eugenics." Langdon gazed around him at the distant and charming faces peeping at him from behind trees and bushes. Everywhere bright eyes met his mischievously, gaily. An immense sense of happiness began to invade him. The enraptured and fatuous smile on his features now became almost idiotic as here and there, among the trees, he caught glimpses of still more young girls strolling about, arms interlacing one another's waists. The prospect dazzled him. His wits spun like a humming top. "Are many ladies likely to come and court me?" he asked timidly of Aethra. A quick little pang shot through her, but she said with a forced smile, "Why do you ask? Are you a coquette, Mr. Langdon?" "Oh no, but for example, I would not mind being rushed by that willowy blonde over there. I would also like to meet the svelte one with store puffs and sorrel hair. She is a looker, is not she?" "She is certainly very pretty," said Aethra, biting her lips with unfeigned vexation. He gazed, entranced, at the distant throng for a while. "And that little grayed romp, very young and slim one," he continued enthusiastically, "me for a hammock with her in the goosey-goosey moonlight, and I hope I am going to meet a lot more every one of them. What on earth is that?" he exclaimed, changing countenance and leaning forward. "By jinx, it's a man." "Certainly, there are 4 men here, you knew that." "I forgot," he said, glowering at the unwelcome sight of his own sex. Aethra said, "Oh yes, there are those first 4 men we caught, Mr. Willett, Mr. Carrick, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Green." She added carelessly, "I have been paying rather marked attention to Alphonso W. Green." "To whom?" he asked, with a disagreeable sensation drenching out the sparks of joy in his bosom. "To Alphonso W. Green, and I have jollied Delancey Smith with bonbons a bit too. They are having a lot of attention paid theme and they are rather spoiled. But of course, any girl can marry any one of them if she really wants to." "Aethra," he began and stopped short under the sudden and unexpected unfriendliness of her glance. "Miss Leslie," he resumed, reddening, "I would not have come here unless I thought hoped believed that you would pay me marked." "Mr. Langdon." "What?" "Men do not assume the initiative here. They make no advances. They wait until a girl pays them attentions so unmistakable that—" "Well, I did come here because of you," he blurted out angrily. "That is an exceedingly indelicate avowal," she retorted. "If the regents hear you talk that way, you will not be permitted to receive any girl unchaperoned." He gazed at her, bewildered. She stood a moment frowning and looking in the direction of the cave, whither the Board of Regents had retired. "They are calling me," she exclaimed, as a figure appeared at the cave entrance and beckoned her. "I will not be long, Mr. Langdon. I am perfectly confident that you have passed the inspection." And she walked swiftly across to the edge of the thicket where the 3 regents stood outside their cave. As she came up, one of them put her arm around her. "My poor child," she said, "that man will never do." "What?" faltered the girl, turning pale. "Why no, How in the world could you make such a mistake? Ithra looked piteously from one to another. What is the matter with him? She asked. I cannot see anything the matter with him. If his legs are a trifle refined in contour, a bicycle will help. But Ithra, this is not a hospital, dear. This is not a sanitarium. We do not want any imperfect living creature inside this preserve. The first vote, said Miss Chally, was for his instant eviction, Miss Vining dissenting. The second vote was for his expulsion with the privilege of taking another examination in 3 months, Miss Darrell dissenting. I think he's the limit, said Miss Darrell. Why, Jessica, exclaimed Ithra, swallowing a sob. The next vote, continued Betty Chally, was whether he might not remain here a day or two for closer observation. Jessica has not voted yet, but Phyllis Vining and I are willing. Oh, Jessica, pleaded Ithra, catching her hands and pressing them to her own breast, I beg you will let him remain if only for a few days. Please, please, dear. I know his calves will grow if scientifically massaged, and if he is hygienically fed, he will improve. Miss Darrell looked curiously at her. Under her hands, the girl's heart was beating wildly. Well then, Betty, she said to Miss Chally, I vote we keep him under observation for a day or two. Give him the yellow ribbon. And bending, she kissed Ithra lightly on the lips, whispering, I am afraid we will not be able to keep him, dear. But if you would like to have a little fun with him and jolly him along, oui, I was a flirt myself in the old days of the old regime. That is all I want, said Ithra, dimpling with delight. I want to see how far I can go with him just for the fun of it. Miss Darrell smiled tenderly at the girl and strolled off to join the other regents, and Ithra, her thoughtful eyes fixed on Langdon, came slowly back, the yellow ribbon trailing in her hand. Langdon leaped to his feet to meet her, gazing delightedly at the yellow ribbon. I qualified, of course, he said joyously. When is it customary to begin the courting? You have not qualified, said the girl, watching the effect of her words on the young man. This is merely the probation ribbon. An immense astonishment silenced him. She drew the big orange-colored ribbon through his buttonhole, tied it into a bow, patted it out into flamboyant smartness, and stepping back, gazed at him without any particular expression in her dark blue eyes. Then I may be chased away at any moment, he asked unsteadily. I am afraid so. Thunderstruck, he stared at her. What on earth are we to do? He groaned. Well, you and I. How does it concern me? Asked the girl coldly. Does not it? She looked him calmly in the eye and shook her head. No, Mr. Langdon. However, as you are to remain here for a day or two under observation, no doubt you will receive some attention. Ithra, is not it possible that you might learn to care? Hush, that is no way to talk. Well, I cannot wait for you to. That is monstrous, said Langdon, very red, when a man's really in love. Nonsense, men are flirts, every one of them. She laughed, made him a little gesture of adieu, refused to let him follow her, and coolly sauntered off among the trees, heedless of his remonstrances at being left to himself. He watched her until she disappeared, then, with misgivings, walked toward a tennis court, where the 4 men were playing a rather dawdling and indifferent game, and keeping a lively eye out for the advent of some girl. They appeared to be rather good-looking fellows, not in any way extraordinary, remarkable neither for symmetry of feature nor of limb. Langdon stood at the edge of the court looking at them and secretly comparing their beauty with such charms as he was shyly inclined to attribute to himself. There could be no doubt that he compared favorably with them. If he was some, they were not so much. One, a tall young fellow with blonde, closely clipped hair, nodded pleasantly to him and presently came over to speak to him. I suppose you are a new recruit. Glad to see you. We are all anxious to have enough men captured to get up 2 ball 9s. My name is Reginald Willett. Mine is Curtis Langdon. Come over and meet the others, said Willett pleasantly. Langdon followed him and was presently on excellent terms with James Carrick, Delancey Smith, and Alphonso W. Green, amiable, clean-cut, everyday young fellows. To them he related the circumstances of his capture, and they all laughed heartily. Then he told them that he was here merely on probation for a day or two, naively displaying the yellow ribbon. Willett laughed. Oh, that's all right. They usually say that. We all came in on probation. The regents could not agree, and some girl always swings the deciding vote as a special favor to herself. You do not think they will kick me out? Not much, laughed Willett. First of all, your captor would object not necessarily for sentimental reasons, but because she caught you. You are hers, her game, she says to herself, a poor thing but mine own, and hangs to you like grim death. Besides, no woman ever lets any man loose voluntarily, and women have not changed radically, Mr. Langdon. Do not worry, you can stay all right. Here comes Betty Chally, said Carrick, glancing at Alphonso W. Green. It's you for a stroll, I guess. Mr. Green looked conscious, more conscious still when the pretty Miss Chally strolled up, presented him with a bouquet, and stood for a few moments conversing with everybody, perfectly at her ease. Other girls came up and engaged the young men in lively conversation. Presently Miss Chally made a play for hers. Would you care to canoe, Mr. Green? She asked casually, turning to him with a slight blush which she could not control. Green blushed too, and consented in a low voice. As they were departing, Miss Vining rode up on horseback, leading another horse, which Delancey Smith, at her request, nimbly mounted, and away they galloped down a cool forest road, everybody looking after them. Miss Darrell cut out and roped Willett presently, and took him to walk in the direction of a pretty cascade. A charming girl, a Miss Trenner, arrived with a hammock, book, and bonbons, and led Carrick away somewhere by virtue of a previous agreement, and the remaining girls pretended not to care, and strolled serenely off in pretty bunches, leaving Langdon standing, first on one foot, then on the other, waiting to be spoken to. Once or twice some slender figure passed, glancing brightly at him, and he looked as shyly receptive as he could, but to no purpose. Gloom settled over him, hunger tormented him, he gazed disconsolately at the yellow ribbon in his buttonhole and twiddled his thumbs. And all the while, from the shadow of a distant cave, Aethra was watching him with great content. She knew he was hungry, she let him remain so. By absent treatment, she was reducing him to a proper frame of mind. The word had been passed that he was Aethra's quarry. Mischievous, bright eyes glanced at him, but no lips unclosed to speak to him. Little feet strolled near him, even lingered a moment, but trotted on. His sentiments varied from apathy to pathos, from self-pity to mortification, from hungry despair to an indignation no longer endurable. He had enough of it plenty. Anger overwhelmed him, hunger smothered sentiment. He rose in wrath and stalked off toward a girl who was strolling along, reading a treatise on eugenics. Will you be good enough to tell me how to get out? He asked. Out, she repeated. Have you a pass to go out? No, I have not. Where do I obtain one? Only the girl who captured you can give you a pass, she said, amused. Very well, where can I find her? Who was it netted you? A Miss Leslie, he snapped. Oh, Aethra Leslie's cave is over in those rocks, said the girl, among those leafy ledges. Thanks, he said briefly, and marched off, scowling. Aethra saw him coming, and his stride and expression scared her. Not knowing exactly what to do, and not anticipating such a frame of mind in him, she turned over in her hammock and pretended to be asleep, as his figure loomed up in the mouth of the cave. Miss Leslie, his voice was stentorian. She awoke languidly, and did it very well, making a charming picture as she sat up in her hammock, a trifle confused, sweet blue eyes scarcely yet unclosed. "Mr. Langdon," she exclaimed in soft surprise. He looked her squarely, menacingly in the eyes. "I suppose," he said, "that all this is a grim parody on the past when women did the waiting until it was men's pleasure to make the next move. I suppose that my recent appraisement parallels the social inspection of a debutante, that my present hunger is paying for the wistful intellectual starvation to which men once doomed your sex, that my isolation represents the isolation from all that was vital in the times when women's opportunities were few and restricted, that my probation among you symbolizes the toleration of my sex for whatever specimen of your sex they captured and set their mark on as belonging to them, and on view to the world during good behavior." He stared at her flushed face thoughtfully. "The allegory is all right," he said, "but you have cast the wrong man for the goat. I am going. I see it resembles divorce. My sex had to give yours a cause for escape, or you could not escape. And in here you must give me a pass to freedom, or I remain here and starve. Is that it?" She crimsoned to her hair, but said nothing. "Give me that pass," he said. "If I do, every girl here will gossip. I do not care what they say. I am going." She sat very still in the hammock, eyes vacant, chin on hand, considering. It was not turning out as she had planned. She had starved him too long. "Mr. Langdon," she said in a low voice, "if it is only because you are hungry." "I am not. I am past mere hunger. You disciplined me because I took a human and natural interest in the pretty inhabitants of this new world, and I told you that I never would have entered it except for you, but you made me pay for a perfectly harmless and happy curiosity. Well, I have starved and paid. Now I want to go. Either I go or there will be something doing, because I will not remain here and go hungry much longer." "As something doing," she faltered. "Exactly, with the first." "You can go if you wish," she said, flushing scarlet and springing out of the hammock. He waited, jaws set, while she seated herself at a table and wrote out the pass. "Thank you," he said, in such a rage that he could scarcely control his voice. She may not have heard him. She sat rigid at the table, looking very hard into space, sat motionless as he took a curt leave of her, never turning her head, listened to his tread as he strode off through the ferns, then laid her brow between snowy hands which matched the face that trembled in them. As for him, he swung away along the path by which he had come, unstrung by turns violently desiring her unhappiness, and again anticipating approaching freedom with reckless satisfaction. Then a strange buoyancy came over him as he arrived in sight of the gate, where the red-haired girl sat on a camp stool, yawning and knitting a silk necktie for eventualities, perhaps for herself, Lord knows. She lifted her gray eyes as he came swinging up, deep, clear gray eyes that met his and presently seemed ready to answer his. So his eyes asked, and after a long interval came the reply, as though she had unconsciously been waiting a long, long while for the question. "I suppose you will wish to keep this," he said in a low voice, offering her the pass. "You will probably desire to preserve it under lock and key." She rose to her slender height, took it in her childish hands, hesitated, then, looking up at him, slowly tore the pass to fragments and loosed them from her palm into the current of the south wind blowing. "That does not matter," she said, "if you are going to love me." There was a moment's silence, then she held out her left hand. He took it. With her right hand, standing on tiptoe, she reached up and unbarred the gates, and they passed out together into the infernal splendor of the sunset forest. Untitled illustration. Thanks. The riots in London culminated in an episode so cataclysmic that it sobered the civilized world. Young Lord Mark, replying to a question in the House of Lords, said, "As long as the British peerage can summon muscular vigor sufficient to keep a monocle in its eye and extract satisfaction from a cigarette, no human woman in the British Empire shall ever cast a bally ballot for any bally purpose whatever. What? And the House of Lords rose to its wavering legs and cheered him with an enthusiasm almost loud enough to be heard above ordinary conversation. But that unwise and youthful and masculine defiance was the young man's swan song. A male suffragette rushed with the news to Miss Pandora Bottomley. Lord Mark was followed as he left the house, and that very afternoon he was observed fleeing in a series of startled and graceful bounds through Regent Park, closely pursued by several ladies of birth, maturity, and fashion carrying solid silver hairbrushes. The Queen, chronicling the somewhat intimate and exclusive affair a week later, mentioned that among those present was the lovely Lady Diana Guernsey wearing tweeds, leather spats, and waving a directoire banner embroidered with the popular device, "Votes for Women," in bright yellow and bottle green on an old rose ground, and that she had far outdistanced the aged Marchioness of Dingledell, Lady Spatterdash, the Hun, Miss Mouseley, the Duchess of Rollinstone, Baroness Mosscrop, and others, and that, when last seen, she and the Earl of Mark were headed westward. A week later, no news of either pursuer or pursued having been received, considerable uneasiness was manifested in court and suffragette circles, and it was freely rumored that Lady Guernsey had made a rather rash but thoroughly characteristic vow that she would never relinquish the trail until she had forced Lord Mark to eat his own words, written in frosting upon a plum cake of her own manufacture. Mark may have heard of this vow and perhaps entertained lively doubts concerning Lady Diana's abilities as a pastry cook. At any rate, he kept straight on westward in a series of kangaroo-like leaps until darkness mercifully blotted out the picture. Remaining in hiding under a hedge long enough to realize that London was extremely unsafe for him, he decided to continue west as far as the United States, consoling himself with the certainty that his creditors would have forced his emigration anyway before very long, and that he might as well take the present opportunity to pick out his dollar princess while in exile. But circumstances altered his views. The great popular feminine upheaval in America was now in full swing. The eugenic principle had been declared. All human infirmity and degenerate imperfections were to be abolished through marriages based no longer upon sentiment and personal inclination, but upon the scientific selection of mates for the purpose of establishing the ideally flawless human race. This was a pretty bad business for Lord Mark. The day after his arrival, he was a witness of the suffragette riots when the mayor, the governor, and every symmetrical city, county, and state official was captured and led blushing to the Marriage License Bureau. He had seen the terrible panic in Long Acre, where thousands of handsome young men were being chased in every direction by beautiful and swift-footed suffragettes. From his window in the Hotel Astor, he had gazed with horror upon this bachelor's St. Bartholomew, and distracted, had retired under his bed for the balance of the evening, almost losing consciousness when a bellhop knocked at his door with a supply of towels. Only one thought comforted him. The ocean rolled majestically between the Lady Diana, her pastry, and the last of the House of Mark. Never should that terrible and athletic young woman discover his whereabouts if he had to remain away from London forever. Never, never would he eat that pastry. As he lay under his bed, stroking his short mustache and occasionally sneezing, he remembered with a shudder his flight from those solid silver hairbrushes through Regent's Park. He recalled how, behind him, long after the heavier feminine aristocracy had given up the chase, one youthful, fleet, supple, and fearsome girl had hung to his trail, a tall, lithe incarnation of her goddess namesake. She had been too far away for him to distinguish her features. Only in Liverpool, where one dark night he ventured out to buy a copy of The Queen and eagerly read the details of the function, did he learn the name of his closest pursuer. Later, furtively haunting the smoking room on the Caramania, he learned from the gossip there of Lady Diana's vow that she would never rest until Lord Mark had eaten her plum cake with its frosted inscription, consisting of the flippant words of his own rash speech delivered in the upper house of Parliament. Now lying on his back under the bed, While outside in Long Acre the dreadful work was going on, he lighted a cigarette and pondered the situation. He did not believe that Lady Diana would attempt to trail him to America. That was one comfort, but in view of the suffragette disturbances going on outside his windows, he saw little prospect of a dollar princess for the present. Meanwhile, how was he to exist? The vague and British convictions concerning the rapid accumulation of wealth on a ranch of any kind comforted Mark. He also believed them. And 3 months later, he had managed to survive a personal acquaintance with the following episodes. First, one large revolver bullet through hat with request to answer affably when addressed by white men. Second, one infuriated cow. Third, one indigestion incubated by cumulative series of pie and complicated by attentions from one large centipede. Fourth, one contusion from a Montana boot with suggestion concerning monocle. Sixth, comprehensive corporal casualties incident upon international altercation concerning relative importance of Guy Fawkes and July 4th. Seventh, physical debility due to excessive local popularity following personal encounter with one rustler. Eighth, complete prostration in consequence of frequent attempts to render thanks for toasts offered him at banquet in celebration of his impending departure for the East. Ninth, general collapse following bump of coal and forcible ejection from freight train near Albany, New York. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. The duties of young Lord Mark, the new man on the Willett estate at Carenay, left him at leisure only after 6 o'clock, his day being almost entirely occupied in driving a large lawn mower. Life for John Marquis, he now called himself, had become exquisitely simple. Eating, sleeping, driving a lawn mower, these three manly sports so entirely occupied the 24 hours that he had scarcely time to do much weeding and no time at all to sympathize with himself, because he was too busy by day and too sleepy at night. Sundays he might have taken off for the purpose of condoling with himself, had it not been for the new telephone operator. She was a recent incumbent at the railroad station, a tall, clear-skinned, yellow-haired girl of 25 who sat at her desk all day saying in a low, prettily modulated voice, "Hello, hello, hello, hello," to unseen creatures of whom John Mark wotted not. 3 things concerning her he had noticed. She wore pink gingham. She never seemed to see him when he came down to the little sunburnt platform and seated himself on the edge, feet dangling over the rails. He had never seen her except when she was seated at the pine table, which was ornamented by her instrument and switchboard. She had a bedroom and kitchen in the rear, but he never saw her go into them or emerge, never saw her except seated at her switchboard, either reading or sewing, or with the silvery and Greek-like band encircling her hair and supporting the receiver close to her small ears, repeating in her low, modulated voice, "Hello, hello, hello, hello." He wondered how tall she might be. He had never seen her standing or walking. He wondered what her direct gaze might be like. Only her profile had he yet beheld, a sweet, youthful profile nobly outlined under the gold of her hair, but under the partly lowered lashes as she sat sewing or reading or summoning centrals from the vast expanses of North America, he divined eyes of a soft lilac blue, and he chewed his pipestem and kicked his feet and thought about them. Few trains stopped at Carenay except for water. The station, an old-time farmhouse of small dimensions overlooking the track and Willow Brook, contained ticket office, telephone, and telegraph in one, all presided over by the telephone operator. Sometimes as many as 2 people in a week bought railroad tickets. Sometimes a month would pass without anybody either sending or receiving a telegram. Telephone calls were a little more frequent. So the girl had little to do there at her sunny open window, where mignonette and heliotrope and nasturtiums bloomed in pots, and the big bumblebees came buzzing and plundering the little window garden. And except on Sundays, Mark had little leisure to observe her, although in the long late June evenings it was still light at 8 o'clock. and he had, without understanding how or why, formed the habit of coming down to the deserted station platform to smoke his pipe and sometimes to fish in the shallow waters of Willow Brook, and watch the ripples turn from gold to purple, and listen to a certain bird that sat singing every day at sunset on the tip of a fir balsam across the streamer black and white bird with a rosy pink chest. So lovely the evening song of this bird that Mark, often watching the girl askance, wondered that the surprising beauty of the melody never caused her to lift her head from book or sewing or even rise from the table and come out to the doorway to listen. But she never did, and whether or not the bird's singing appealed to her, he could not determine. Nobody in the little gossiping hamlet of Carenay seemed to know more than her name. He himself knew only a few peoplemen who, like himself, worked on the Willett place with hoe and rake and spraying cart and barrow comrades of roller and mower and weed fork and moulthrop dull-witted colours of dandelion and rose beetle, and mostly their names were Hiram. These had their own kind in the female line to go with Carenay being far from the metropolis, and as yet untroubled by the spreading feminine revolution. Only stray echoes of the doings had as yet penetrated to Carenay daisy fields. No untoward consequences had as yet ensued except that old C. Dinglebat's wife, after reading the remains of a New York paper found on the railroad track, had suddenly, and apparently in a fit of mental aberration, attacked C. with a mop, accompanying the onslaught with the reiterated inquiry, "Are women to have their rights?" That was the only manifestation of the weltway in Carenay, and the other welt on C's dome-like and knobby forehead. He encountered Mark that evening after supper as that young man, in clean blue jeans, carrying a fishbowl and smoking his pipe, was wandering in circles preparatory to a drift in the general direction of the railroad station. "Evening, neighbor," he said. "Good evening," said the young man. "What? Be you goin' a-sparkin'?" "Nonsense," said Mark, reddening. "I do not know any girls in Carenay." "Val, I calculate you know that gal down to the depot, do not ye?" "No, I do not." "Hey, I am a little deaf." "No," shouted Mark, "I do not." "Do not what?" "Do not know her, damn it." "Or quit your cussin'," said C, with a gummy wink. "Folks has been talkin' ever since the fustest time you set onto that there platform and that Eden gal fooled ye with her lookin'-glass." "What are you talking about?" said Mark impatiently. "You see Eden and her pretendin' not to see nobody and her a-lookin' into the leetle glass behind her table and a-seein' of ye all the time. I know she kin see because she catched High Orville's boy a-hookin' apples outen the barrel that." "You bet she kin. I know because I peeked in the winder and I seen her a-lookin' at you when you was fishin'." But the young fellow had recovered himself. "All right," he interrupted, "that is not your business or mine. Who gave you that crack on the lid?" "By gum," he said, "Hetty done it. I was that took. 40 year, and she ain't never throwed as much as a dish pan at me. I wa'n't lookin' for no sech thing at my time o' life, young man. So when I come in to wash up for supper, I says to my woman, 'Hello, Het,' says I, and she up and screeched and fetched me a clip. 'Lord A'mighty,' says one, 'look out what ye doin',' says one. 'Air women to hev their rights,' says she, mackin' for me some more. 'Is women to be free?' she says. 'You bet,' says I, grabbin' onto her. 'I will make free with ye,' says one, and I up and tuck and spanked Hetty the first time in 40 year, young man, and it done her good, I guess, for she ain't never cooked like she cooked supper tonight. God A'mighty, what biscuits them was." Mark listened indifferently, scarcely following the details of the domestic episode, because his mind was full of the girl at the station, and the amazing discovery that all these days she could have seen him perfectly well at any moment if she had chosen to take the trouble, without moving more than her dark, silky lashes. Had she ever taken that trouble? He did not know, of course. He would like to have known. He nodded absently to the hero of the Weltway clash, and pipe in one hand, pole in the other, walked slowly down the road, crossed the track, and seated himself on the platform's edge. She was at her desk, reading, and the young man felt himself turning red as he realized that, if she had chosen, she could have seen him sitting here every evening with his eyes, sentimentally fixed upon the back of her head and her pretty white neck and the lovely contour of her delicately curved cheek. All by himself, he sat there and blushed, head lowered, apparently fussing with his line and hook and trying to keep his eyes off her, without much success. His angling methods were simple. He crossed the grass-grown track, set his pole in position, and returned to seat himself on the platform's edge, where he could see his floating cork and her. Then, as usual, he relapsed into meditation. If only just once she had ever betrayed the slightest knowledge of his presence in her vicinity, he might, little by little, cautiously, and by degrees, have ventured to speak to her. But she never had evinced the slightest shadow of interest in anything as far as he had noticed. Now, as he sat there, the burnt-out pipe between his teeth, watching alternately his rod and his divinity, the rose-breasted grosbeak began to sing in the pink light of sunset. Clear, pure, sweet, the song rang joyously from the tip of the balsam's silver-green spire. He rested his head on one hand and listened. The song of this bird, the odor of heliotrope, the ruddy sunlight netting the ripples, these, for him, must forever suggest her. But that evening passed as had the others. Night came. She lowered her curtain. A faint tracery of lamplight glimmered around the edges. And as always, he lighted his pipe and took his fish, and shouldered his pole, and went home to die the little death we call sleep, until the sun of toil should glitter above the eastern hills once more. A few days later, he decided to make an ass of himself, having been sent with a wagon to Moss Center, a neighboring metropolis. First, he sent a telegram to himself at Carenay, signing it William Smith. Then he went to the drugstore telephone and called up Carenay. "Hello, what number, please?" came a far, sweet voice, and Mark trembled. "No number. I want to speak to Mr. Mark, Mr. John Mark." "He is not here." "Are you sure?" "Perfectly. I saw him driving one of Mr. Willett's wagons across the track this morning." "Oh, that's too bad. Might I ask a little information of you?" "Certainly." "What sort of a fellow is this John Mark? He does not amount to much, I understand." "What do you mean?" "Well, I might want to employ him, but I do not believe he is the sort of man to trust." "You are mistaken," she said crisply. "You mean he is all right?" "Absolutely. Honest. Of course. Capable. Certainly. Sober. Perfectly. Immoral." "Are you sure?" "I am." "How do you know?" "I have means of information which I am not at liberty to disclose." "Who is this speaking?" "William Smith of Minnow Hollow." "Are you going to take Mr. Mark to Minnow Hollow?" "I may." "You cannot. Mr. Willett employs him." "Suppose I offer him better wages?" "He is perfectly satisfied here." "But I—" "No, Mr. Mark does not care to leave Carenay." "But—" "I am sorry, it is useless to even suggest it to him. Goodbye." With cheeks flushed and a slightly worried expression, she resumed her sewing through the golden stillness of the afternoon. Now and then, the clank of wagon wheels crossing the metals caused her to glance swiftly into her mirror to see what was going on behind her. And at last she saw Mark drive up, cross the track, then, giving the reins to the boy who sat beside him, turn and walk directly toward the station. And her heart gave a bound. For the first time he came directly to her window. She saw and heard him, knew he was waiting behind the mignonette and heliotrope, and went on serenely sewing. "Miss Eden." She waited another moment, time enough to place her sewing leisurely on the table. Then, very slowly, she turned in her chair and looked at him out of her dark, lilitude eyes. He heard himself saying, as in a dream, "Is there a telegram for me?" And as her delicate, lifted brows questioned him, "I am John Mark," he said. She picked up the telegram which lay on her table and handed it to him. "Thank you," he said. After he had gone, she realized that she had not spoken. Untitled illustration. Roman 12. Whenever he went to Moss Center with the wagon, he telephoned and telegraphed to himself, and about a month after he had begun this idiot performance, he ventured to speak to her. It occurred late in July, just before sunset. He had placed his rod, lighted his pipe, and seated himself on the platform's edge, when all of a sudden, and without any apparent reason, a dizzy sort of recklessness seized him, and he got up and walked over to her window. "Good evening," he said. "Good evening," she said in a low voice. "I was wondering," he went on, scared almost to death, "whether you would mind if I spoke to you." After a few seconds, she said, "Well, have you decided?" Badly frightened, he managed to find voice enough to express his continued uncertainty. "Why did you care to speak to me?" she asked. "Who are you?" and he stuck fast. "Had you anything to say to me?" she asked in a lower and, he thought, a gentler voice. "I have a lot to say to you," he said, finding his voice again. "Really, what about?" He looked at her so appealingly, so miserably, that the faintest possible smile touched her lips. "Can I do anything for you, Mr. Mark? If you would only let me speak to you." "But I am letting you." "I mean tomorrow, too." Tomorrow is a very, very long way off. It is somewhere beyond those eastern hills, but a very, very long way off, as far as the east is from the west. No, I know nothing about tomorrow, so how can I promise anything to anybody? Will your promise cover today? Yes, the sun has nearly set, Mr. Mark. Then perhaps when tomorrow is today, you will be able to promise. Perhaps, have you caught any fish? After a moment he said, "How did you know I was fishing? You did not turn to look." She said coolly, "How did you know I did not?" "You never do." She said nothing. At her window, elbows on the sill, the blossoms in her window box brushing his sunburnt face, he stood, legs crossed, pipe in hand, the sunset wind stirring the curly hair at his temples. "Did you hear the bird this evening?" he asked. "Yes, is not he a perfect darling?" Her sudden unbending was so gracious, so sweet that, bewildered, he remained silent for a while, recovering his breath. And finally, "How could you suppose any woman indifferent to such music?" she asked indignantly. She was beginning to realize how her silence had starved her all these months, and the sheer happiness of speech was exciting her. Into her face came a faint glow, like a reflection from the pink clouds above the west. "That little bird," she said, "sings me awake every morning. I can hear his happy, delicious song above the rushing chorus of dawn from every thicket. He dominates the cheery confusion by the clear, crystalline purity of his voice." It scarcely surprised him to find himself conversing with a cultivated woman, scarcely found it unexpected that, in her, speech matched beauty, making for him a charming and slightly bewildering harmony. Her slim hands lay in her lap sometimes, restless, they touched her bright hair or caressed the polished instruments on the table before her. But happy miracle, her face and body remained turned toward him where he stood leaning on her windowsill. "There is a fish nibbling your hook, I think," she said. He regarded his bobbing cork vaguely, then went across the track and secured the plump perch. At intervals during their conversation, he caught 3 more. "Now," she said, I think I had better say good night. Would you let me give you my fish? She replied, hesitating, I will let you give me two if you really wish to. Will you bring a pan? No, she said hastily, just leave them under my window when you go. Neither spoke again for a few moments, until he said, with an effort, I have wanted to talk to you ever since I first saw you. Do you mind my saying so? She shook her head, uncertainly. He lingered a moment longer, then took his leave. Far away into the dusk, she watched him until the trees across the bridge hid him. Then the faint smile died on her lips and in her eyes. Her mouth drooped a little. She rested one hand on the table, rose with a slight effort and lowered the shade. Listening intently and hearing no sound, she bent over and groped on the floor for something. Then she straightened herself to her full height and, leaning on her rubber-tipped cane, walked to the door. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 13. He came every day, and every day, at sundown, she sat sewing by the window behind her heliotrope and mignonette waiting. Sometimes he caught perch and dace and chub, and she accepted half, never more. Sometimes he caught nothing, and then her clear, humorous eyes bantered him, and sometimes she even rallied him. For it had come to pass in these sunset moments that she was learning to permit herself a friendliness and a confidence for him which was very pleasant to her while it lasted, but after he had gone, left her with soft lips drooping and gaze remote. Because matters with her, with them both, she feared, were not tending in the right direction. It was not well for her to see him every day, well enough for him, perhaps, but not for her. Some day, some sunset evening, with the west flecked gold and the zenith stained with pink, and the pink-throated bird singing of paradise, and the brook talking in golden tones to its pebbles, some such moment at the end of day, she would end all of their days for them both, all of their days for all time. But not just yet. She had been silent so long, waiting, hoping, trusting, biding her time, that to her his voice and her own at eventide was a happiness yet too new to destroy. That evening, as he stood at her window, the barrier of mignonette fragrant between them, he said rather abruptly, Are you ill? No, she said, startled. Oh, I am relieved. Why did you ask? Because every Tuesday I have seen the doctor from Moss Center come in here. Mark looked at her, then looked away. The big, handsome young physician from Moss Center had been worrying him for a long while now, but he repeated, half to himself, I am very much relieved. I was becoming a little anxious, came so regularly. He is a friend, she said, not looking at him. He forced a smile. Well then, there is no reason for me to worry about you. There never was any reason, was there? No, no reason. You do not say it cheerfully, Mr. Mark. You speak as though it might have been a pleasure for you to worry over my general health and welfare. I think of little else, he said. There was a silence. Between them, along the barrier of heliotrope and mignonette, the little dusk moths came hovering on misty wings. The sun had set, but the zenith was bright crimson. Perhaps it was the reflection from that high radiance that seemed to tint her face with a softer carmine. Lord Mark, she said quietly, why do you not go back to England? For a moment what she had said held no meaning for him. Then comprehension smote him like lightning, and thunderstruck, he remained as he was without moving a muscle, still resting against her windowsill, his lean, sun-browned face illuminated under the zenith's fiery glory. Who are you? He said under his breath. Only an English girl who happened to have seen you in London. When? She turned deliberately, and resting one arm across the back of her chair, looked him steadily in the eyes. I am 25. Since I was 20, your face has been familiar to me. I never before saw you, he said. Perhaps. Have I? Who can know what a fashionable young man really looks at through a monocle? I do not wear it anymore. I lost it out west, he said, reddening. You lost your top hat once too, she said. He grew red as fire. So you have heard of that too? I saw it. You saw me attacked, he demanded angrily, while the shame burnt hotter on his cheeks. Yes, you ran like the devil. For a moment he remained mute and furious, then shrugged. What was I to do? Run, she admitted. It was the only way. He managed to smile, and you were a witness to that. She nodded, eyes remote, her teeth nipping at the velvet of her underlip. He, too, remained lost in gloomy retrospection for a while, but finally looked up with a more genuine smile. Lady Diana Guernsey. That's the one. What became of her? Why do you ask? Because she gave me the run of my life. She was a good sport, that girl. I could not shake her off. I took to a taxi, and she after me in another. My taxi broke down in the suburbs, and I started across country, she after me. And the last I saw of her was just after I leaped a hedge, and she was coming over it, after me, wonderful, athletic young figure in midair, silhouetted against the skyline. That was the last I saw of her. I fancy she must have pulled up dead beat her. Perhaps she came a cropper. She did, said the girl in a low voice. Is that so? He said, interested. Hope it did not damage her. She broke her thigh. Oh, that's too bad, he exclaimed. If I would guessed any such thing, I would have come back. The poor little thing, I mean that, though she was nearly 6 feet, I seemed to think of her as little, and, of course, I am 6'2½". Good little sport, that Diana girl. She got over it all right, I hope. It lamed her for life, Lord Mark. Shocked for a moment, he could find no words to characterize his feelings. Then, oh, damn it all, I say it's a rotten shame, is not it? And all on account of Meth, that superb young thing taking hedges like a hunter. Oh, come now, you know it hurts me all the way through. I wish I would let her catch me. What would she have done to me? I would not mind being pulled about a bit or anything if it would have prevented her injury. By gad, you know, I would even have eaten her plum cake, frosting and all, to have saved her such a fate. The girl's eyes searched his. That was not the most tragic part of it, Lord Mark. God bless us, was there anything more? Yes, she was in love with you. With me, he repeated, bewildered. Yes, as a young, romantic girl she fell in love with you. She was a curious child like all the Guernseys, a strange mixture of impulse and constancy, of romance and determination. If she had fallen in love with Satan, she would have remained constant. But she only fell in love with young Mark, and she loves him to this day. That's utterly impossible, he stammered. Did not she become a suffragette and carry a banner and chase me and vow to make me eat my own words frosted on a terrible plum cake? Yes, and all the while she went on loving you. How do you know? He demanded incredulously. She confided in me. And you? I knew her well, Lord Mark, not as well as I thought I did, perhaps, yet perhaps better than I, perhaps better than anybody. We were brought up together. You were her governess. I attempted to act in a similar capacity. She was difficult to teach, very difficult to govern. I am afraid I did not do my best with her. Why did you leave her to come here? He asked. She made no reply. Where is she now? She looked out into the cinders of the west, making no answer. He gazed at her in silence for a long time, then. Is she really lame? Yes. Very. It is hip disease. But that can be cured, he exclaimed. It is now perfectly curable. Why does not she go to Vienna or to New York? She is going. She ought to lose no time. She is going. She only learned the nature of her trouble very recently. You mean she has been lame all this time and did not know what threatened her? She was too busy to ask. Finally, because she did not get well, she called in a physician. But she is a very determined girl. She refused to believe what the physician told Heron Tilbury recently. "See here," he said, "are you in constant communication with her?" "Constant." "Then tell her you know me. Tell her how terribly sorry I am. Tell her that I will do anything to total her," he burst out excitedly, "that I will eat her plum cake, if that will do her any good, or amuse her, or anything. Tell her to bake it and frost it and fill it full of glue, for all I carry and express it to you, and I will eat every crumb of that silly speech I made." "Wait," she exclaimed. "Do you realize what you are saying? Do you realize what you are offering to do for a lame girl who is already in love with you?" His youthful face fell. "By gad," he said, "do you think I ought to marry her? How on earth can I when I'm dead in love with somebody myself?" "You in love?" she said faintly. "Oh, yes," he said with a pleasant sort of hopelessness, "but I fancy she cares for another man." "Why do you think so?" "He comes to see her." "Is that a reason?" "She will not talk about him." "When a woman will not talk about a man, is it always because she cares for him in that way?" "Is not it?" "No." They had lifted their heads now, facing each other in the violet dusk. Between them, the scent of heliotrope grew sweeter. He said, "I have been all kinds of a fool. For all I know, women have as many rights on earth as men have. All I wish is that the plucky girl who took that hedge, banner in hand, were well and happy and married to a really decent fellow." "But loves you." And I looked up, encountering her blue eyesome already hopelessly in love. "What shall I do?" "It is not that." "But you would not anyhow." "I would if I loved her." "You couldn't love our cripple. It would not be love, it would be pity." He said slowly, "I wish that you were that lame girl, then you would understand me." For a while she sat bolt upright, clasped hands tightening in her lap. Then, turning slowly toward him, she said, "I am going to say good night, and thank you for Diana's sake, and I am going to say more, I am going to say goodbye." "Goodbye, where are you going?" "To New York." "When?" "Before I see you again. There is no train until. I shall drive to Moss Center, where that doctor lives." He stood as though stunned for a moment, then set his teeth, clenched his hands, and pulled himself together. "I think I understand," he said quietly, "and I wish you happiness." She stretched out her hand to him above the heliotrope. "I wish ito you." Suddenly her voice broke. Again her teeth caught at her underlip like a child who struggles with emotion. "Yow don't understand," she said. "Wait a little while before yow come to any unhappy conclusions." After a moment she made a slight effort to disengage her hand, another then turned in her chair and dropped her head on the table, her right hand still remaining in his. Presently he released it, and she placed both hands on the edge of the table and her forehead upon them. "I am coming in," he said. She straightened up swiftly at his words. "Please do not," she said in a startled voice, still tremulous. His eyes met hers, fell on the supporting cane, and she covered her face with her left arm, standing there motionless. "Good God," he breathed, "you." She began to cry like a child. "I did not want you to know," she wailed. "Oh, I did not want you to know. I thought there was no no hope until yesterday. I wanted to go to New York with the doctor and be made all sound and well again before I let you love me." "Oh, Diana, Diana," he whispered with his arms around her. "Oh, Diana, Diana, me little girl Diana." Which was silly enough, she being 6 feet almost as tall as he. "Turn your back," she whispered. "I want to go to my desk and I cannot bear to have you see me walk." No, 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 please let them cure me first. Turn your back. He kissed her hands, held her at arm's length a second, then turned on his heel and stood motionless. He heard her move almost noiselessly away, heard a desk open and close, heard the chair by the window move as she seated herself. Come here, she said in a curious, choked voice. He turned, went swiftly to her side. Great heavens, he said, when did you bake that cake? Yesterday. Why? Because I was going away to New York and would never perhaps see you again unless I was entirely cured. And I meant to leave this for you so you would know that I had followed you even here so you would know I had made a plucky try at you through all these months. Yow you corker. Day-do, you really mean it. But dear, she faltered, lifting her beautiful eyes to him, if men are going to feel that way about it, we will not want to run anything at all. It was only because you would not let us that we wanted to. He said in impassioned tones. Let the bally world run itself, Diana. What do we care, you and I? No, she said, we do not care now. Then that rash and infatuated young man, losing his head entirely, drew from his jeans a large jackknife, and before she could prevent him, he had sliced off an enormous hunk of plum cake, heavily frosted, with his own words. Do not, dear, she begged him. I could not ask that of you. I will, he said, and bit into it. Do not, she begged him, please do not. I have not had much experience with pastry. It may give you dreadful dreams. Let it, he said. What do I care for dreams while you remain real? Diana, Diana, huntress of bigger game than ever fled through the age of fable. And he bolted a section of frosting and began to chew vigorously upon another, while she slipped both hands into his, regarding him with tender solicitude. Have no fears for me, dearest, he said indistinctly. Fortified by months of pie, I dread no food ever prepared by youth and beauty, even the secret dishes of the Medici. John. W. What, darling? After all, I do not cook so badly. So in the gloaming, he swallowed the last crumb and gathered her into his strong young arms and drew her golden head down close to his. Take it from me, he whispered, relapsing into the noble idioms of his adopted country. You are all to the mustard, Diana. Your eats were bully, and I liked them fine. Untitled illustration. Roman 14. The situation in Great Britain was becoming deplorable. The Home Secretary had been chased into the Serpentine. The Prime Minister and a dozen members of Parliament had taken permanent refuge in the vaults of the Bank of England. A vast army of suffragettes was parading the streets of London, singing, cheering, and eating. Bonbons, statues, monuments, palaces were defaced with the words "Votes for Women," and it was not an uncommon sight to see some handsome young man rushing distractedly through Piccadilly, pursued by scores of fleet-footed suffragettes of the eugenic wing of their party, intent on his capture for the purposes of scientific propagation. This had already entailed much hardship. The young Marquis of Putney was chased through Cadogan Place, caught, taken away in a taxi, and married willy-nilly to a big, handsome, strapping girl who sold dumbbells in the new American department store. No matter who the man might be professionally and socially, if he was young and well-built and athletic, he was chased on sight, and if captured, married to some wholesome and athletic young suffragette in spite of his piteous protests. You will found, cried Mrs. Blinkerly-Danksome-Hankley triumphantly, a perfect human race, and teach it the immortal principles of woman's rights. So, if we cannot persuade Parliament to come out for us, we will take Parliament by the slack of its degraded trousers some day and throw it out. This terrible menace, delivered in Trafalgar Square, was cabled to the Outlook, which instantly issued its first extra, and New York, already in the preliminary throes of a feminine revolution, went wild. That day the handsome young governor of New York, attended by his ornamental young military secretary in full uniform, had arrived at the Waldorf Astoria to confer with the attractive young mayor of the metropolis concerning a bill to be introduced into the legislature, permitting the franchise to women under certain conditions. And on the same day, a monster suffragette parade was scheduled. Some provisions of the proposed measure, somehow or other, had become known to the National Federation of Women, and as the governor, his military secretary, and the mayor sat in earnest conference in a private room at the Waldorf, the most terrible riot that New York ever saw began on Fifth Avenue just as the head of the parade, led by the suffragette band of 100 pieces, arrived at the hotel. The governor, mayor, and secretary rushed to the windows. Acres of banners waved wildly below. Cheer after cheer rent the raw March atmosphere. In every direction, handsome young men were fleeing, pursued by eugenists. Under their very windows, the shocked politicians beheld an exceedingly good-looking youth seized by several vigorous and beautiful suffragettes, dragged into a taxi, and hurried away toward a scientific marriage, kicking and struggling. This was nothing new, alas. More than one attractive young man had already been followed and spoken to in Manhattan. Mr. Dill, president of the Board of Aldermen and the handsomest incumbent of the office that the city ever beheld, had been courted so persistently that, fearful of being picked up, he remained in hiding, disguised as a Broadway fortune teller, where the mayor came at intervals to consult him on pretense of having his palms read. But now the suffragettes threw off all restraint. Men, frightened and confused, were being not only spoken to on Fifth Avenue, but were being seized and forcibly conducted in taxicabs toward the Marriage License Bureau. It was a very St. Bartholomew for bachelors. "John," said the governor to his capable young military secretary, "take off that uniform. I am going to flee in disguise." "What does your excellency expect me to flee in dishabille?" stammered the military secretary. "I do not care what you flee in," said the governor bluntly, "but I will not have it said that the governor of the great state of New York was seized by a dozen buxom eugenists and hurried away to become the founder of a physically and politically perfect race of politicians. Get out of those gold-laced jeans." "I will flee disguised as a chambermaid," muttered the handsome, rosy-cheeked young mayor, and he rang for one. While the governor and his secretary were exchanging clothes, they heard the mayor in the hallway arguing with a large German chambermaid in an earnest and fatherly manner, punctuated by coy screams from the maid. By and by he came back to the room, perspiring. "I bought her clothes," he said. "She will throw them over the transom." The clothing arrived presently by way of the transom. The governor and the secretary tried to aid the mayor to get into the various sections of clothing, but as they all were bachelors and young, they naturally were not aware of the functions of the various objects scattered over the floor. The governor picked up a bunch of curls attached to a cup-shaped turban swirl. "Good heavens," he said, "the girl has scalped herself for your sake, John." "I bought that too," said the mayor sullenly. "Do you know which way it goes on, George?" They fixed it so that two curls fell down and dangled on either side of his honor's nose. Meanwhile, the unfortunate military secretary had dressed in the top hat and cutaway of the governor. "It's your duty to defend me," observed the governor. "Yes, with my life, but not with my progeny." "Then you would better run faster than you have ever run in all your life," said the governor coldly. At that moment, there came a telephone call. "Lady at the desk to speak to the governor," came a voice. "Hello, who is it?" asked His Excellency coyly. "Professor Elizabeth Challey," came a very sweet but determined voice. At the terrible name of the new president of the National Federation of American Women, the governor jumped with nervousness. Anonymous letters had warned him that she was after him for eugenic purposes. "What do you want?" he asked tremulously. In the name of the Federation, I demand that you instantly destroy the draft of that infamous bill which you are preparing to rush through at Albany. If you do not, she said, the Committee on Eugenics will seize you. Let 'em catch me first, he replied boldly and rang off. Now, John, he said briskly, as soon as they catch sight of you in my top hat and cut away they will start for you, and I advise you to leg it if you want to remain single. The unfortunate military secretary gulped with fright, buttoned his cutaway coat, crammed his top hat over his ears, and gazed fearfully out of the window, where in the avenue below the riot was still in lively progress. Terrified young men fled in every direction, pursued by vigorous and youthful beauty, while the suffragette band played and thousands of suffragettes cheered wildly. Is not it awful, groaned the mayor, arranging the lace cap on his turban swirl and shaking out his skirts. The police are no use. The suffragettes kidnap the good-looking ones. Are you ready for the sortie, Governor? The governor, in the handsome uniform of his military secretary, adjusted his sword and put on the gold-laced cap. Then, thrusting the draft of the obnoxious bill into the bosom of his tunic, he strode from the room, followed by his secretary and the unfortunate mayor, who attempted in vain to avoid treading on his own trailing skirts. George, said the mayor, spitting out a curl that kept persistently getting into his mouth every time he opened it, I will be in a pickle unless I can reach Dill's rooms. Wait, there's a pin sticking into me. Too late, said the governor, it will spur you to run all the faster. Where is Dill's? The mayor whispered the directions, spitting out his curl at intervals when it incommoded him. The governor walked faster to escape. Down in the elevator they went, gazed at by terror-stricken bellhops and scared porters. As the cheering and band playing grew louder and more distinct, the secretary quailed, but the governor admonished him. You have simply got to save me, he said. Pro bono publico, come on now, make a dash for a taxi and the single life, 1 to 3. The next moment, the secretary's top hat was carried away by a brick. The mayor's turban swirl went the same way, amid showers of confetti and a yell of fury from 1,000 suffragettes who saw in his piteous attempt to disguise himself by aid of a turban swirl an insult to womanhood the world over. A perfect blizzard of missiles rained on the terrified politicians. The secretary and the mayor burst into a frantic canter up 34th Street, pursued by 1,000 strikingly handsome women. The governor ran west. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 15. The governor of the great state of New York was now running up Broadway with his borrowed sword between his legs and his borrowed uniform covered with confetti-footing it as earnestly as though he were running behind his ticket with New York County yet to hear from. After him sped Bricks, Vegetables, Spodags, and several exceedingly fashionable suffragettes, their perfectly gloved hands full of horsewhips, banners, and farm produce. The order of precedence then shifted as follows. First, the young and handsome governor running like a lost dog at a fair and clutching the draft of the obnoxious bill to his gold-laced bosom. Second, one distractingly lovely young girl, big, wholesome-looking, athletic, and pink of cheeks, swinging a sidevent. Cat by the tail as menacingly as David balanced the loaded sling. Third, several agitated policemen whistling and rapping for assistance. Fourth, the hoi polley of the Via Blanca. Fifth, a small polychromatic dog. Sixth, the idle wind toying carelessly with the dust and refuse and hats and skirts of old Broadway. Only one fleet-footed young girl remained at his heels. This municipal dust storm, mingling with the brooding metropolitan gasoline fog, produced a sirocco of which no Libyan desert needed to be ashamed, and it alternately blotted out and revealed the interesting Marathonian procession, until one capricious and suffocating flurry, full of whirling newspapers and derbies, completely blotted out the governor and the young lady at his heels. And when, a moment later, The miniature tornado had subsided into a series of playful sidewalk eddies. Only the policeman, the hoi polley, and the dog were still going. The governor and the beautiful suffragette had completely disappeared. They had, it is true, chosen a very good time and place for such an occult performance, Long Acre at its busiest. Several mounted policemen had now joined in the frantic festivities. They galloped hurriedly in every direction. The crowd cheered and pursued the police. The small dog barked in eddying circles till he resembled an expiring pinwheel. Meanwhile, a curious thing had occurred. The youthful governor was now chasing the suffragette. It occurred abruptly and in the following manner. No sooner had the dust cloud spread a momentary fog around the radiant young man like a hurricane eclipse of the sun, he darted into the narrow and dark hallway of an old-fashioned office building devoted to theatrical agencies, all-night lawyers, and astrologists, and started up the stairs. But his unaccustomed sword tripped him up, and as he fell flat with a startling outcrash of accoutrements, there came a flurry of delicately perfumed skirts. The typewritten papers were snatched from his gloved hands, and the perfumed skirts went scurrying away through the dusky corridor which ought to have opened on the next cross street, and did not. After her ran the governor, now goaded to courage by the loss of his papers, and she, finding herself in a cul-de-sac, turned at bay, launched the cat at his head, and attempted to spring past him. But he caught the whirling feline in one white-gloved hand and barred her way with the other, and she turned once more in desperation to seek an egress which did not exist. A flight of precipitate and rickety stairs led upward into an obscurity rendered deeper by a single gas jet burning low on the landing above. Up this she sprang, two at a time, the young man at her heels. Up, up, passing floor after floor, until a dirty skylight overhead warned her that the race was ending. On the top corridor there was a door ajar. She sprang for it, opened it, tried to slam and lock it behind her, then, exhausted, she shrank backward into the room and sank into a red velvet chair, holding the bunch of papers tightly to her heaving breast. There was another chair-gilt one. Into it fell His Excellency, gasping, speechless, his spurred and booted legs trailing, his borrowed uniform all over confetti and dust from his tumble on the stairs. Minute after minute elapsed as they lay there, fighting for breath, watching each other. She was the first to stir, and instantly he dragged himself to his feet, staggered over to the door, locked it, dropped the key into his pocket, returned to his chair, and collapsed once more. After a few moments, he glanced down at the cat, which he was still clutching. A slight shiver passed over him, then, as he inspected it more closely, over his features crept an ironical smile. For the cat was not even a Sidevant cat. It had never been a cat. It was only an imitation of a defunct one made out of floss and chenille, like a teddy bear, and he smiled at her scornfully and dangled it by its black and white tail. "Pooh," he panted, "I suppose even your bricks and vegetables and eggs were cotillion favors full of confetti." They were, she admitted defiantly, which did not prevent their serving their purposes. "As what?" "As symbols." "Symbols," he retorted in derision. "Yes, symbols, the three most ancient symbols of an insulted people's furried egg, the turnip, and the cat. Mala gallina, malum ovum," he laughed, adjusting his sword and picking several streamers of confetti from his tunic. "Did they hurl spotugs in ancient Rome, fair maid?" "They did, and catsex necessitate re," she observed with composure. "Ex nihilo fellies feed a cat fit for nothing," he retorted flippantly. Half disdainfully, she straightened out the slight disorder of her own apparel, still breathing fast and keeping tight hold of the bundle of papers. "How soon are you going to let me have them?" he asked good-humoredly. "Never. I cannot permit you to leave this room until you hand them to me." "Then I shall never leave this room." "You certainly shall not leave it until I have those papers. Then I will remain here all my life, she said defiantly. What do you expect to do when the people who live here return? She shrugged her pretty shoulders and presently cast an involuntary and uneasy glance around the room. It was not a place to reassure any girl. Gilt stars were pasted all over walls and ceilings, where also a tinsel sun and moon appeared. The constellations were interspersed with bats. The remaining decorations consisted of a cozy corner, some pasteboard trophies, red cotton velvet hangings, several plaster casts of human hands, and a frieze of half-burnt cigarettes along the mantel edge. "Are you going to give me those papers?" he repeated, secretly amused. "No. What do you expect to do with them?" "Deliver them to Professor Elizabeth Challey, President of the National Federation of Independent Women of America." "Is this a private enterprise of yours?" he asked curiously, "or just our playful impulse, or the militant fruition of a vast and feminine conspiracy?" She smiled slightly. "I suppose you mean to be impertinent, but I shall not evade answering you, Captain Jones. I am acting under orders." "Betty's?" he inquired flippantly. "The orders of Professor Elizabeth Challey," she said, with heightened color. "Exactly. It is a conspiracy, then, complicated by riot, assault, disorderly conduct, and highway robbery, isn't it?" "You may call it what you choose," she said disdainfully. "We recognize no laws in the making of which we have had no part." "There's no use in discussing that," said the governor blandly. "But I would like to know what you suffragettes find so distasteful in that proposed bill, which the mayor and the governor of New York have had drafted." "It is reactionary, a miserable subterfuge, a treacherous attempt to return to the old order of things. A conspiracy to reshackle, re-enslave American womanhood with the sordid chains of domestic cares. To drive her back into the kitchen, the laundry, the nursery, back into the dark ages of dependence and acquiescence and non-resistance, back into the degraded epochs of sentimental relations with the tyrant man." She leaned forward in her excitement, and her sable boa slid back as she made a gesture with her expensive muff. "Once," she said, "woman was so ignorant that she married for love. Now the national revolt has come. Neither sentiment, nor impulse, nor emotion shall ever again play any part in our relations with man." He said, trying to speak ironically, "That's a gay outlook, is not it?" "The outlook, Captain Jones, is straight into a glorious millennium. Marriage, in the future, is to mean the regeneration of the human race through cold-blooded selection in mating. Only the physically and mentally perfect will hereafter be selected as specimens for scientific propagation. All others must remain unmate pro bono public-owned, so ultimately human imperfection shall utterly disappear from this world." Her pretty enthusiasm, her earnestness, the delicious color in her cheeks began to fascinate him. Then uneasiness returned. "Do you know," he said cautiously, "that the governor of New York has received anonymous letters informing him that Professor Elizabeth Challey considers him a proper specimen for the terrible purposes of scientific PP propagation. Some traitor in our camp," she said, "wrote those letters." "What is not true?" "That the governor of the great state of New York is in any danger of being seized for any such purpose." She looked at him with a curious veiled expression in her pretty eyes, as though she were nearsighted. "I think," she said, "Professor Challey means to seize him." The governor gazed at her, horrified for a moment, then his political craft came to his aid, and he laughed. "What does she look like?" he inquired. "Is she rather a tough old lady?" "No, she's young and athletic. Barrel-shaped." "Oh, she's as tall as the governor is, about 6 feet, I believe." "Nonsense," he exclaimed, paling. 6 feet, she repeated carelessly, rode stroke at Vassar, carried off the standing long jump, pole vault, and 10-mile swimming. "This thighs is terrible," murmured the young man, passing one gloved hand over his dampening brow. Then, with a desperate attempt at a smile, he leaned forward and said confidentially, "As a matter of fact, just between you and me, the governor is an invalid." "Impossible," she retorted, her clear blue eyes on his. "Alas, it is only too true. He's got a very, very rare disease," said the young man sadly. "Promise you will not tell." "Yis," said the girl. Her face had lost some of its color. "Then I will confide in you," said the young man impressively. "The governor is threatened with a serious cardiac affection known as Lammer's disease." She looked down, remained silent for a moment, then lifted her pure gaze to him. "Is that true, Captain Jones?" "As true as that I am his military secretary." Her features remained expressionless, but the color came back as though the worst of the shock were over. "I see," she said seriously. "Professor Chally ought to know of this sad condition of affairs. I have heard of Lammer's disease." "Indeed, she ought to be told at once," he said, delighted. "You will inform her, will not you?" "If you wish." Thank you," he said fervently. "You are certainly the most charmingly reasonable of your delightful sex. The governor will be tremendously obliged to you." "Is the governor Hishi's affection sto use an obsolete expression fixed upon any particular?" "Oh no," he said, smiling. "The governor is not in love except generally. He's a gay bird. The governor never, in all his career, saw a single specimen of your sex which interested him as much, for example," he added in a burst of confidence, "as much even as you interest me." "Which, of course, is not at all," she said, laughing. "Oh, no, not at all," he hesitated, biting his mustache and looking at her. "I will tell you one thing," he said. "If the governor ever did get entirely well recovered, you know what I mean. Cured of his cardiac trouble, this disease known as Lammer's disease." "Exactly, if he ever did recover, I'm quite sure he would be," and here he hesitated, gazing at her in silence. As for her, she had turned her head and was gazing out of the window. "I wonder what your name is," he said, so naively that the color tinted even the tip of the small ear turned toward him. "My name," she said, "is Mary Smith. Like you, I am militant secretary to Professor Elizabeth Chally, president of the Federation of American Women." "I hope we will remain on pleasant terms," he ventured. "I hope so, Captain Jones." "Non-combatants." "I trust so. Even friends." She bent her distractingly pretty head in acquiescence. "I am sorry. Sorry for taking them. No, sorry for keeping them." "You do not mean to say that you are going to keep them, Miss Smith?" "I am afraid I must. My duty forces me to deliver them to Professor Chally." "But why does this terrible and strapping young lady desire to swipe the draft of this bill?" "Because it contains the evidence of a wicked conspiracy between the governor of New York, the mayor of this city, and an abandoned legislature. The women of America ought to know what threatens them before this bill is perfected and introduced. And before they will permit it to be debated and passed, they are determined to march on Albany, 500,000 strong, as did the heroines of Versailles." She stretched out her white-gloved hand with an excited but graceful gesture. He eyed her moodily, swinging the chenille cat by its fluffy tail. "What do they suspect is in that bill?" he said at last. "Nonsense," he said. "The bill, when perfected, is designed to give you what you want." "What?" "Certainly, votes for women." "On what terms?" she asked incredulously. "Terms? Oh, no particular terms. I would not call them terms," he said craftily. "That sounds like masculine dictation." It certainly does. Of course, there are no terms in it. It's our sort of a civil service idea, kind of a qualification for the franchise. Oh, yes, he continued pleasantly, it suggests that a vote be accorded to any woman who, in competition with others of that election district, passes the examinations. He twirled the cat carelessly. Oh, the examination papers are on various subjects. One is chemistry. Chemistry. Yes, that part of organic chemistry, which includes the scientific preparation of food. Her eyes flashed. He twirled the cat absently. Yes, he said, chemistry is one of the subjects. Physics is another physical phenomena. What kind? O theth proposition that nature abhors a vacuum. You are to prove it you are given a certain area, say a bedroom full of dust. Then you apply to it. I see, she said. You mean we apply to it a vacuum cleaner, do not you? Or, he admitted courteously, you may solve it through the science of dynamics. Of course, using a broom. Her eyes were beautiful but frosty. Do you know, he said, as pleasantly as he dared, that you, for instance, would be sure to pass? Exactly, he swung the cat in a circle. Thank you, and what else do these examination papers contain? Physics most lithe properties of solid bodies. For example, you choose a buttony ordinary button, he explained frankly, as though taking her into his confidence. Say, for instance, the plain bone button of commerce. And sew it onto some masculine shirt. She nodded as he sank back, apparently overcome with admiration at her intelligence. And that, she added, no doubt is intended to illustrate the phenomenon of adhesion. You are perfectly correct, he said with enthusiasm. What else is there? She asked. Oh, nothing very much. A few experiments in bacteriology. Sterilizing, nursing bottles. How on earth did you ever guess? He cried, overwhelmed, but perfectly alert to the kindling anger in her blue eyes. Why, of course that is it. It is included in the science of embryotics. What science? Embryotics. For instance, you take an embryo of any kind, say our baby, then you show exactly how to dress, undress, wash, feed, and finally bring that baby to triumphant maturity. It's interesting, is not it, Miss Smith? She said nothing. He twirled the cat furiously until its tail gave way and it flew into a corner. Captain Jones, she said, as I understand it, this bill is a codified conspiracy to turn every woman of this state into a washer of clothes, a cleaner of floors, a bearer of children, and a housefrau. I would not put it that way, he protested. And her reward, she went on, not noticing his interruption, is permission to Vatito use the inalienable liberty with which already heaven has endowed her. Tears flashed in her eyes. She held her small head proudly, and not one fell. Captain Jones, she said, do you realize what centuries of suppression are doing to my sex? Do you understand that woman is degenerating into an immobility and inertia molluscular condition of receptive passivity, which is rendering us, year by year, more unfitted to either think or act for ourselves? Even in the matter of marriage, we are not permitted by custom to assume the initiative. We may only shake our heads until the man we are inclined toward asks us, when he is entirely ready to ask. And like a row of Chinese dolls, we nod our heads. I tell you, she said tremulously, we are becoming like that horrid, degenerate, wingless moth which is born, mates, and dies in one spot, a living mechanical incubator, a poor, deformed, senseless thing that has through generations lost not only the use, but even the rudiments of the wings which she once possessed. But the male moth flies more strongly and frivolously than ever. There is nothing the matter with the development of his wings, Captain Jones. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Romans 16. It was now growing rather dark in the room. I am terribly sorry you feel this way, he said. She had averted her eyes and was now seated, chin in hand, looking out of the window. "Do you know," he said, "this is a rotten condition of affairs." "What do you mean?" she asked. "This attitude of women. Is it more odious than the attitude of men? After all," he said, "man is born with the biceps. He was made to do the fighting. Not all of the intellectual fighting. Cradles are no longer rocked, Captain Jones. I do not think you would be qualified to pass this examination with which you menace us." He began to be interested. She turned from the window, saw he was interested, hesitated, then. "I wish I could talk to you to such a man as you seem to be sensibly, without rancor, without personal enmity or prejudice." "Cannot you?" "Why, yes, I can, but I am not sure what your attitude." "It is friendly," he said, looking at her. "I am perfectly willing to listen to you. Only, sooner or later, you must return to me those papers." "Why?" "The governor entrusted them to me officially." She said, smiling, "But your governor, can frame another similar bill." "I am a soldier in uniform," he said dramatically. "My duty is to guard those papers with my life." "I am a soldier, too," she said proudly, "in the army of human progress." "Very well," he said, "if you regard it that way." "I do, only brute violence can deprive me of these papers." "That," he said, "is out of the question. It is no more shameful than the mental violence to which you have subjected us through centuries. Anyway, you are not strong enough to get them from me. Do you expect me to seize you and twist your arm until you drop those papers? You can never have them otherwise. Try it." He sat silent for a while, alternately twisting his mustache and the cat's tail. Presently he flung the latter away, rose, inspected the stars on the wall, and then began to pace to and fro, his gloved hands behind his back, spurs and sword clanking. "It's getting late," he said as he passed her. Continuing his promenade, he added as he passed her again, "I have had no luncheon, have you?" He poked around the room, examining the fantastic furnishings in all their magnificence of cotton velvet and red cheesecloth. "If this is Dill's room, it's a horrible place," he thought to himself, sitting down by a table and shuffling a pack of cards. "Shall I cast your horoscope?" he asked amiably. "Here's a chart." "No, thank you." Presently he said, "It's getting beastly cold in this room." "Really?" she murmured. He came back and sat down in the gilded chair. It was now so dusky in the room that he could not see her very plainly. So he folded his arms and abandoned himself to gloomy patience until the room became very dark. Then he got up, struck a match, and lighted the gas. "By Jupiter," he muttered, "I am hungry." For nearly 5 minutes, she let the remark go apparently unnoticed. But the complaint he had made is the one general and comprehensive appeal that no woman ever born can altogether ignore. In the depths of her something always responds, however faintly. And in the soul of this young girl, it was answering now the subtle, occult response of woman to the eternal and endless need of manhunger of one kind or another. "I am sorry," she said, so sincerely that the sweetness in her voice startled him. "Oui, do you know, I believe you really are," he said in grateful surprise. "I'm a great many things that you have no idea I am," she said, smiling. "What is one of them?" "I am afraid I am a fool." She came forward and stood looking at him. "I have been thinking," she said, "that I can do you no kinder service than to destroy those papers and let you go home." For a moment he thought she was joking, then something in her expression changed his opinion, and he took a step forward, eyes fixed on her face. "Yes," he said, "it would be the kindest thing you can do for me. Shall I tell you why? It's because I am hopelessly nearsighted. I wear glasses when I am alone in my study where nobody can see me. What in the world has that to do with my leaving you? She asked, coloring up. Suffragettes would never marry a nearsighted man, would they? They ought not to. You would not, would you? Why do you ask such a thing? I want to know. But how does your myopia concern me? She said faintly. Could not Itver? He asked, reddening. No, she said, turning pale. Then we would better not stay here, and I am going to be as generous as you are, he said, advancing toward her. I am going to let you go home. She backed away, thrusting the papers behind her. His arm slipped around her, after them, strove to grasp them, to hold and restrain her, but there was a strength in her tall, firm young body which matched his own. She resisted, turned, twisted, confronted him with high color and lips compressed, and they came to a deadlock, breathing fast and irregularly. Again, coolly, dexterously, he pitted his adroitness, then his sheer strength against hers, and it came again to a deadlock. Suddenly she crooked one smooth knee inside of his. Her arms slid around him like lightning. He felt himself rising into the air. Descending there came a crash, a magnificent display of ocular fireworks, and nothing further concerned him until he discovered himself lying flat on the floor and heard somebody sobbing incoherencies beside him. He was mean enough to keep his eyes shut, while she, on her knees beside him, slopped water on his forehead and begged him to speak to her, and told him her heart was broken, and she desired to die and repose in mortuary simplicity beside him forever. Certain terms she employed in addressing what she feared were only his mortal remains caused him to prick up his ears. He certainly was one of the meanest of men. Dear, she sobbed, I have loved you ever since your lithographs were displayed during the election. Only speak to me, only open those beloved eyes. I do not care whether they are nearsighted. Oh, please, please wake up, she cried brokenly. I will give you back your papers. What do I care about that old bill? I'm perfectly willing to do all those things. Oh, 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 how conscience does make housefrows of us all. His meanness now became contemptible. He felt her trembling hands on his brow, the fragrant, tearful face nearer, nearer, until her hot, flushed cheeks and quivering lips touched his. And yet, incredible as it seems, and to the everlasting shame of all his sex, he kept eyes and mouth shut until a lively knocking on the door brought him bolt upright. She uttered a little cry and shrank away from him on her knees, the tears glimmering in her startled and wide-open eyes. Good heavens, darling, he said seriously, how on earth are we going to explain this? They scrambled hastily to their feet and gazed at each other while kicks and blows began to rain on the door. Help, help, for heaven's sake, screamed the mayor, let us in, George. There's a mob of suffragettes coming up the stairs. The governor unlocked the door and jerked it open, just as several unusually beautiful girls seized Mr. Dill and the military secretary. The mayor, however, rushed blindly into the room. His turban swirl was over one eye, his skirt was missing, his apron hung by one pin. He ran headlong for a sofa and tried to scramble under it, but lovely and vigorous arms seized his shins and drew him triumphantly forth. Hurrah, they cried delightedly, we have carried the entire ticket. Hurrah, echoed a sweet but tremulous voice, and a firm young arm was slipped through the governor's. He turned to meet her beautiful, level gaze. Check, she said. Make it checkmate, he said steadily. Mate you. Will you? Of course I will, she said, as steadily as her quickening heart permitted. Why do you suppose I ran after you? Why, whispered that infatuated man. Because, she said, naively, I was afraid some other girl would get you. A girl never can be sure what another girl might do to a man, and I wanted you for myself. Thank God, he said, that 6-foot Professor Chally will never get me anyway. She bent her adorable face close to his. Your Excellency, she murmured, I am Professor Chally. At that instant, a pretty and excited suffragette dashed up the stairs and saluted. Professor, she cried, all over the city desirable young men are being pursued and married by the thousands. We have swept the state, with Brooklyn and West Point yet to hear from. Her glance fell upon the governor. She laughed gleefully. Shall I call a taxi, Professor? She asked. Let George do it, she said tenderly. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 17. A few minutes later, amid a hideous scene of riot, where young men were fleeing distractedly in every direction, where excited young girls were dragging them, struggling and screaming, into cabs, where even the police were rushing hither and thither in desperate search for a place to hide in, the governor of New York and Professor Elizabeth Chally might have been seen whirling downtown in a taxicab toward the Marriage License Bureau. Her golden head lay close to his mustache rested against her delicately flushed cheek. A moment later, she sat up straight in dire consternation. Oh, those papers, the draft of the bill, she exclaimed. Where is it? Did you want it, Betty? He asked, surprised. Oui, number, did not you want it, George? I not at all. Then why on earth did you keep me imprisoned in that room so long if you did not want those papers? He said slowly, why did not you give them up to me if you did not really want them, Betty? She shook her pretty head. I do not know, but I am afraid it was only partly obstinacy. It was only partly that with me, he said. They smiled. I just wanted to detain you, I suppose, he admitted. George, you would not expect me to match that horrid confession, would you? No, I would not ask it of you. He laid his cheek against hers and whispered, Darling, do you think our great love justifies our concealing my myopia? George, she murmured, I think it does. Besides, I am dreadfully nearsighted myself. You. Dear, every one of us has got something the matter with her. Miss Vining, who caught the mayor, wears a rat herself. Do you mean to say that men believe there ever was a perfect woman? He kissed her slowly. I believe it, he said. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 18. As the extremes of fashionable feminine costume appear first on Fifth Avenue in late November, and in early December are imitated in Harlem, and finally in January pervade the metropolitan purlieus, so all the great cities of the Union, writhing in the throes of a fashionable suffragette revolution, presently inoculated the towns, and the towns infected the villages, and the villages the hamlets, and the hamlets passed the contagion along into the open country, where isolated farms and dickabirds alone remained uninfected and receptive. It was even asserted by enthusiastic suffragettes that flocks of feminine dickabirds had begun to assault masculine birds of the same variety, and that the American landscape was full of agitated male birds, lacking rear plumage, flying distractedly in every direction or squatting disconsolately in lonely trees, counting their tail feathers. Mr. Burroughs and our late great president were excitedly inclined to believe it, but the most famous and calm of explorers, who had recently returned from exile to his camp on top of Mt. McKinley, warned the scientific world on a typewriter not to credit anything that anybody said until he had corroborated it in the magazines, and he left that week for another trip to the pole to find out what the attitude of the polecats might be concerning the matter in question. Meanwhile, the cities were full of trouble and forcibly selected bridegrooms. From 60,000 marriages recorded in New York City for the 12 months of the previous year, in the few months of the eugenic revolution, the number of weddings had reached the enormous figures of 180,000, not including Flatbush. Thousands and thousands of marriageable young men were hiding in their clubs or in the shrubbery of Central Park, waiting for a chance to make their escape to the country and remain incognito in hay lofts until the eugenic revolution had ended itself in a dazzling display of divorce. Westchester, the Catskills, and even the country farther north were full of young businessmen and professional men fleeing headlong from their jobs in Wall Street, Broadway, and Fifth Avenue, and hiring out to farmers and boarding housekeepers under assumed names. One could jump a young man out of almost any likely thicket north of the Bronx. They were as plentiful and as shy as deer in the Catskills. Cornfield, scrub, marsh, and almost any patch of woods in the state, if carefully beaten up, would have yielded at least one or two flocks of skulking young men. Now, as there was no close season, and marriageable youths in New York City became scarcer, those militant suffragettes devoted to eugenic principles began to make excursions into the suburbs in search of bevies and single switch, had escaped the exciting days of the great Long-Acre Drive and the Bachelor's St. Bartholomew. And as the April days turned into May days, and the May days into June days, parties of pretty, laughing, athletic girls penetrated farther and farther into the country, joyously rummaging the woods and routing out and scattering into flight the lurking denizens. For every den had its denizen, and Diana roamed the earth once more. It was excellent sport to be had along the Hudson. Some young ladies went in automobiles, some in yachts, some by train to points north, where the landscape looked more promising and wilder but probably not as wild as the startled masculine countenances peering furtively from hillside thickets as some gay camping party of distractingly pretty girls appeared, carrying as excess baggage one clergywoman and a bundle of marriage licenses, with the bridegroom's name represented only by a question mark. It was on an unusually beautiful day in early June that two briar-mangled and weather-beaten young men, bearing every evidence of Wall Street and excessive fright, might have been seen sitting up like a brace of startled rabbits in a patch of ferns which grew along the edges of a brook at the foot of a charmingly wooded slope among the Westchester Hills. In every direction stretched hills, woods, and Italians. The calm, remote sky was blue and unvexed by anything except factory smoke. Not a sound was visible, not a noise was to be seen. Bacon was frying unctuously in a pan on the coals beside them. Their suitcases lay near. They sat up in the fern patch, coffee cups suspended, eyes wild, listening intently. "Brown," whispered Vance, "did you hear anything except the hum of automobiles?" "I sure did," nodded Brown, craning his neck like a turkey in a briar patch and glaring around. If they have got dogs," said Vance, "they will flush us before Huck. Great guns, look at that bench show." Brown's hair rose on end. "They have got dogs," he whispered, "a toy bull, a Mexican, a chow, two Pomsend, by Jupiter. They have got a marmoset, look at 'em. Hark, you can hear those unnatural girls laughing, me for a quick getaway, come on." "Thathy may come from some college," faltered Vance. "They may run us down. Shall we trust to our protective coloring and squat close? Do you want to stay here until that miserable chow comes poking his orange-colored head into the ferns and laughs at us with his blue tongue?" Vance wrung his hands, hurling coffee all over Brown in his agonized indecision. "Good heavens," he moaned, "I do not want to be married. I cannot afford it. Do you think those girls can outrun us?" "If they can," said Brown, "they will want me more than I want my liberty. Look out, there's their bait-haired bull, see him sniff. The wretched mutt has winded the bacon. We have got to make a break for it now. Come on, beat it, son." Up out of the covert crashed the two young fellows and went prancing away through the woods, suitcases in hand. A chorus of excited yelps and barks greeted the racket they made in their flight. A shrill whistle rang out, then a pretty and excited voice. "Mark, quick, Gladys, there are two of them." Mark left. "I only caught a glimpse of them. They looked like fine ones in splendid condition. Millicent, quick, where are you?" Here came a third voice. "Oh, Constance, one is too perfectly splendid for anything. Chow Chow is at his heels. Look out, Mark, right." "Run," panted Constance, leaping a fallen log. The lovely June woodland, was now echoing with the happy cries of the chase, the key of excited lapdogs, the breathless voices of the young girls, the heavy crashing racket of stampeding young men rushing headlong through bramble and thicket with a noise like a hurricane amid dead leaves. Vance's legs, terror-weakened, wobbled as he fled, and after 10 minutes he took to a tree with a despairing scream. Brown, looking back from the edge of a mountain pasture, saw the dogs leaping frantically at his friend's legs as he shinned rapidly up the trunk and disappeared into the clustering foliage, saw 3 flushed young girls come running up with cries of innocent delight, saw one of them release a slender, black, furry, spidery thing which immediately ran up the tree, heard distracted yells from Vance. "For heaven's sake, take away that marmoset. I cannot bear him, I hate him, ladies. Ouch, he's all over me. He's trying to get into my pocket. Take him away, for the love of Mike, and I will come down." But Brown waited to hear no more. Horror now lent him her infernal wings. He fairly fluttered across the mountainside, sailed down the farther slope, and into a lonely country road. Along this he cantered, observed only by surprised cattle, until, exhausted, he slackened his pace to a walk. Rickety fences and the remains of old stone walls flanked him on either hand. The clearings were few, the cultivated patches fewer. He encountered no houses. On a distant hillside stood a weather-beaten barn, the sky shining blue through its roof rafters. Beyond this the road forked. One branch narrowed to a grassy cattle path and presently ended at a pair of bars. Inside the bars was a stone barn. Beside the barn, a house of the century before last, a low, square stone house, half stripped of its ancient stucco skin, a high-roofed one-story affair, with sagging dormers peering from the slates and little oblong loopholes under the eaves, from which the straw of birds' nests fluttered in the breeze. Surely this ancient place, even if in habitus he saw it must be sufficiently remote from the outer world to ensure his safety. For here the mountain road ended at the barnyard bars. Here the low wooded hills walled in this little world of house, barn, and orchard, making a silent, sunny place under the blue sky, sweet with late lilac bloom and the hum of bees. No factory smoke was visible, no Italians. He looked at the aged house. A black cat sat on the porch, thoughtfully polishing her countenance with the back of one paw. 3 diminutive party-colored kittens frisked and rolled and toddled around her, and occasionally she seized one and washed it energetically against the grain. Brown looked at the door with its iron knocker, at the delicately spread fanlight over it, at the sidelights, at the half-pillars with their Ionic capitals, at the ancient clumps of lilacs flanking the stone step-grate, heavy-stemmed and gnarled old bushes now all hung with perfumed clusters of palest lavender bloom. Leaning there on the picket fence, he inhaled their freshness, gazing up into the sunny foliage of the ancient trees, elms, maples, and one oak so aged and so magnificent that, awed, his eyes turned uneasily again toward the house to reassure himself that it was still inhabited. Cat and kittens were comfortable evidence, also a hen or 2 loitering near, and the pleasant sound from a dozen beehives, and a wild rose in a china bowl, dimly visible on an inner windowsill. There were 2 characters he might assume. He might go to the back door and request a job. He might bang on the front door with that iron knocker, shaped like a mermaid, and ask for country board. Of one thing, somehow or other, he was convincing himself. This crumbling house and its occupants knew as much about the recent hijinks in New York as did the man who built it in the days when loopholes were an essential part of local architecture, and the painted sagamore passed like a specter through the flanking forests. So Brown, carrying his suitcase, opened the gate, walked up the path, seized the knocker, and announced himself with resolution. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 19. While he waited, the cat looked up at him, curiously but pleasantly. "Hello, old lady," he said, and she arched her back and rubbed lightly against his nigh leg while the kittens tumbled over his shoes and played frantically with the frayed bottoms of his trousers. This preliminary welcome seemed to comfort him out of all proportion to its significance. He gazed complacently about at the trees and flowers, drew in deep breaths of the lilac's fragrance, and waited, listening contentedly for the coming footfall. She was slim and red-haired and slightly freckled, and her mouth was perhaps a shade large, and it curled slightly at the corners, and her eyes were quite perfectly made, except that one was hazel-brown and the other hazel-gray. Hat in hand, Brown bowed, and then she did a thing which interested him. She lifted the edges of her apron between slender white thumbs and forefingers and dropped him the prettiest courtesy he had ever seen off the stage. "I came to inquire," he said, "whether you ever take summer boarders." "What are boarders?" she asked. "I never heard of them except in naval battles." Thank heaven, he thought, this is remote, all right, and I have discovered pristine innocence in the nest. Modern boarders, he explained politely, are unpleasant people who come from the city to enjoy the country, and who, having no real homes, pay farmers to lodge and feed them for a few days of vacation and dyspepsia. "You mean, is this a tavern?" she asked, unsmiling. "No, I do not. I mean, will you let me live here a little while as though I were a guest, and then permit me to settle my reckoning in accordance with your own views upon the subject?" She hesitated, as though perplexed. "Suppose you ask your father or mother," he suggested. "They are absent." "Will they return this morning?" "I do not know exactly when they expect to return." "Well, could not you assume the responsibility?" he asked, smiling. She looked at him for a few moments, and it seemed to him as though, in the fearless gravity of her regard, somehow, somewhere, perhaps in the curled corners of her lips, perhaps in her pretty and unusual eyes, there lurked a little demon of laughter. Yet it could not be so. There were only serenity and a child's direct sweetness in the gaze. "What is your name?" she asked. "John Brown IV. "Mine is Elizabeth Tennant. Where do you live?" "In New York," he admitted, watching her furtively. "I was their auntseat a ball many years ago," she observed. "Not very many years ago, I imagine," he said, smiling at her youthful reminiscence. "Many, many years ago," she said thoughtfully. "I shall go again some day." "Of course," he murmured politely, "it's a thing to do and get done like going abroad." She looked up at him quickly. "Years ago I knew a boy with your easy humor and your trick of speech. He resembled you otherwise, and he wore your name becomingly." He tried to recall knowing her in his extreme youth, but made no definite connection. "You would not remember," she said gravely, "but I think I know you now. Who is your father?" "My father," he repeated, surprised and smiling. "My father is John Brown III. "And his father?" "My grandfather?" he asked, very much amused. "Oh, he was John Brown II, and his father was Captain John Brown of Westchester, but I do not want to talk 500. AR talk to you about my great-grandfather." "He fought at Pound Ridge," said the girl slowly. "Yes," said Brown, astonished. "Tarleton's cavalry, the brutal hussars of the Legion, killed him on the Stamford Road," she said, "and he lay there in the field all day with one dead arm over his face and his broken pistol in his hand. And the terrible galloping fight drove past down the stony New Canaan road, and the smoke from the meeting house a fire rolled blacker and blacker and redder and redder." With a quickly drawn breath, she covered her face with both hands and stood a moment silent, and Brown stared at her, astonished, doubting his eyes and ears. The next moment, she dropped her hands and looked at him with a tremulous smile. "What in the world can you be thinking of me?" she said. "Alone in this old house, here among the remoter hills of Westchester. I live so vividly in the past that these almost forgotten tragedies seem very real to me and touch me closely. To me, the present is only a shadow. The past is life itself. Can you understand?" "I see," he said, intensely relieved concerning her mental stability. You are a daughter of the American Revolution, or a society of colonial wars, or a something equally interesting and desirable. I am a daughter of the American Revolution, she said proudly. Exactly, he smiled with an inward shudder. Ah, very interesting and exceedingly and all that sort of thing, he nodded amiably. Do not take much interest in it, myself being a broker and rather busy. I am sorry. I'll be delighted to take an interest in anything Unearth's revolutionary business, if you do not mind telling me about it, he stammered. Evenings, now, if you have time to spare. She smiled, opened the door wider, and looked humorously down at him where he stood fidgeting on the step. Will you come in? She asked serenely. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 20. He went, first depositing his suitcase on the step outside by the cats, and followed her into a large, comfortable sitting room. By Jove, he said, you know this is really mighty pretty. What a corking collection of old furniture. Where in the world did you find, or perhaps this is the original furniture of the place? She said, looking around the room as though slightly perplexed. This furniture was made to order for me in Boston. I do not think it is a copy. It certainly does not look like it, but it must be if it was made in Boston for you. They are ingenious fellows, these modern makers of colonial furniture. Every antique shop in New York is loaded up with excellent copies of this, certainly not nearly as well done. She assented, apparently with no very clear understanding of what he meant. What a charming setting this old house makes for such things, he said. She nodded, looking doubtfully at the rag carpet. The manor house was much finer, she observed. Come to the window and I will show you where it stood. They were fine folk, the Lockwoods, Hunts, and Fanchers. They rose, and she laid one pretty hand on his sleeve and guided him into a corner of the window where he could see. Hello, he said uneasily, there is a main-traveled road. I thought that here we were at the very ends of civilization. That is the Bedford Road, she said. Over there, beyond those chestnuts, is the Stamford Road. Can you see those tall old poplars? Beyond the elms, I mean through her, the crows are flying. Yes, 8 tall poplars. The manor house stood there. Tarleton burnt it, set it afire with all its beautiful furniture and silver and linen. His hussars ran through it, setting it afire and shooting at the mirrors and slashing the silks and pictures. And when the major's young wife entered the smoking doorway to try to save a pitiful little trinket or two, an officer, never mind who, for his descendants may be living today in England, struck her with the flat of his sword and cut her and struck her to her knees. That is the truth. He said politely, you are intensely interested in our colonial and revolutionary history. Yes, what else have I to think of her? I suppose many interesting memories of those times cluster around this old place, he said, violently stifling a yawn. He had risen early and run far. Hunger and slumber contended for his mastery. Many, she said simply. Just by the gate yonder they captured young Alsop Hunt and sent him away to the provost prison in New York. In the road below, John Buckhout, one of our dragoons, was trying to get away from one of Tarleton's dragoons of the 17th Regiment, and the British trooper shouted, surrender, you damned rebel, or I will blow your brains out. And the next moment he fired a bullet through Buckhout's helmet. There, said the dragoon, you damned rebel, a little more and I should have blown your brains out. Yes, damn you, replied John, and a little more and you would not have touched me. Brown looked at her amused and astonished to hear such free words slip so eagerly from a mouth which, as he looked at it, seemed to him the sweet mouth of a child. Where did you ever hear such details? He asked. Reading such things out of old newspapers published at the time certainly must bring those events very vividly before you. Yes, it is painful too. The surprise and rout of Sheldon's 2nd Dragoons, loss of their standard, the capture, wounding, and death of more than 2 scorindo, That young death there in the wheat, the boy lying in the sun with one arm across his face and the broken pistol in his hand, and his wife of a month dragging him back to this house with the sunset light on his dead face. To this house. She dropped her hand lightly on his shoulder and pointed. Tarleton's troopers came stamping and cursing in by that very door after they had burned Judge Lockwood's and the meeting house, but they left her alone with her dead, here on the floor where you and I are standing. She was only 17. She died a few months later in childbirth. God dealt very gently with her. He looked around him in the pleasant light of the room, striving to comprehend that such things had happened in such a sleepy, peaceful place. Sunlight fell through the curtains, casting the wild rose's shadow across the sill. The scent of lilacs filled the silence. "It's curious and sad," he said in a low voice. "How odd that I should come here to the very spot where that old ancestor of mine died." "He was only 20 when he died," she interrupted. "I know, but somehow a fellow seems to think of any ancestor as a snuffy old codger." "He was very handsome," she said, flushing up. There was a silence. Then she looked around at him with a glint of humor in her pretty Ison hazel brown, one hazel tinged with gray, and the delicious mouth no longer drooped. "Cannot you imagine him as young as you are? Gay, humorous, full of mischievous life, and the love of life. Something of a dandy in his uniform and his queue tied smartly à la Francaise, gallant and brave in the dragoon's helmet and jackboots of Sheldon's horse. Why, he used to come jingling and clattering into this room and catch his young wife and plague and banter and caress her till she fled for refuge, and he after her, like a pair of school children released through the bedrooms, out by the kitchen, and into the garden, till he caught her again in the orchard yonder and held her tight and made her press her palms together and recite, 'I love thee, I love thee,' through all the week and Sunday, until for laughing and folly ithy." To his amazement her voice broke. Into her strange eyes sprang tears, and she turned swiftly away and went and stood by the curtained window. Well, by gad, he thought, of all morbid little things, affected to tears by what happened to somebody else 130-odd years ago, women are sure the limit. And in more suitable terms, he asked her why she should make herself unhappy. "Are you not usually here?" he asked, surprised. "I thought you lived here." "No, I live elsewhere usually. I am too unhappy here. I never remain very long." "Then why do you ever come here?" he asked, amused. "I do not know. I am very happy elsewhere, but I come. Women do such things. I do not exactly understand why. A woman's thoughts return eternally to one place and one person. One memory is her ruling passion." "What is that memory?" "The place and the man." "I do not know what you mean." "I mean that a woman, in spirit, journeys eternally to the old rendezvous with love, makes with her soul the eternal pilgrimage back to the spot where love and she were first acquainted. And moreover, a woman may even leave the man with whom she is happy to go all alone for a while back to the spot where first she knew happiness because of him. You do not understand, do you?" Brown was a broker. He did not understand. She looked at him, smiling, sighing a little, and, in spite of her fresh and slender youth hand, she was certainly not, yet 20, felt curiously young and crude under the gentle mockery of her unmatched Ison hazel brown, one hazel tinged with gray. Then, still smiling wisely, intimately to herself, she went away into an inner room, and through the doorway he saw her slim young figure moving hither and thither, busy at shelf and cupboard. Presently she came back, carrying an old silver tray on which stood a decanter and a plate of curious little cakes. He took it from her and placed it on a tip-table. Then she seated herself on the ancient sofa and summoned him to a place beside her. "Currant wine," she said laughingly, "an old-fashioned cake. Will you accept under this roof of mine?" He was dreadfully hungry. The wine was mild and delicious, the crisp cakes heavenly, and he ate and ate in a kind of ecstasy, not perfectly certain what was thrilling him most deeply, the wine or the cakes or this slender maid's fresh young beauty. On one rounded cheek a bar of sunlight lay, gilding the delicate skin and turning the curling strands of hair to coils of fire. He thought to himself, with his mouth a trifle fuller than convention expects, that he would not wish to resist falling in love with a girl like this. She would never have to chase him very far. In fact, he was perfectly ready to be captured and led blushing to the altar. Once, as he munched away, he remembered the miserable fate of his late companion Vance, and shuddered, but looking around at the young girl beside him, his fascinated eyes became happily enthralled, and matrimony no longer resembled doom. "What are these strange happenings in New York of which I hear vague rumors?" she inquired, folding her hands in her lap and looking innocently at him. "Have you heard about what is going on in town?" he asked. "I thought you did not know." "They say that the women there are ambitious to govern the country and are even resolved to choose their own husbands." "Something of that sort," he muttered uneasily. "That is a very strange condition of affairs," she murmured, brooding eyes remote. "It's a darned sight worse than strange," he blurted out, then asked pardon for his inelegant vehemence, but she only smiled dreamily and sipped her currant wine in the sunshine. "Shall we talk of something pleasanter?" he said, still uneasy. "About those jolly old colonial days. That's rather an odd gown you wear, a pretty you know beauty's it, not in the style for those days, off yorined all that. It was made then. A genuine antique," he exclaimed. "I suppose you found it in the garret. There must be a lot of interesting things up there behind those flat loopholes." He said, "You look wonderfully charming in the costume of those days. It suits you so perfectly. Thought as a matter of fact, I did not even notice your dress when I first saw you, but it's a wonder. Men seldom notice women's clothes, do they?" "That is true. Still, it's curious I did not notice such a gown as that." "Is it very gay and fine?" she asked, coloring deliciously. "I love these clothes. They are the garments of perfection robing it." "Oh, what a gallant thing to say to me. Do you truly find me so agreeable?" "Agreeable, you, I do not think I would better say it." "Oh, I beg you." "May I?" "Pray observe my unmatched eyes." Her cheeks and lips were brilliant, her eyes sparkling. She leaned a trifle toward him, frail glass in hand. "You are exactly thought a beauty," he said excitedly. "The most bewitching, exquisite, matchless." "Oh, I beg of you, be moderate." She laughed and picked up a fan from somewhere and spread it, laughing at him over its painted edge. "Pray observe my unmatched eyes before you speak again of me as matchless." "Your eyes are matchlessly beautiful, more wonderfully beautiful than any others in all the world," he cried. Yet the currant wine was very, very 1449. "Such eyes," he continued excitedly, "are the most strangely lovely eyes I ever saw or ever shall see. Nobody in all the world, except you, has such eyes. I am going quite mad about theme, about you, about everything. The plain fact is that I love such eyes, and every harmonious and lovely feature that belongs to theme and todo you." She closed her painted fan slowly, left her seat, took from the blue bowl on the windowsill the wild rose blooming there, turned and looked back at him, half smiling, waiting. He sprang to his feet, scarcely knowing now what he was about. She waited, tall, slender, and fresh as the lovely flower she held. Then, as he came close to her, she drew the wild rose through the lapel of his coat, and he bent his head and touched his lips to the blossom. "When she and Yuan love shall meet at last, you will first know her by her eyes," she began, and the next instant the smile froze on her face, and she caught his arm in both hands and clung there, white to the lips. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 21. Listen, she whispered. Did you hear that? What? He asked, dazed. On the Bedford Road, do you hear the horses? Do you hear them running? What horses? Tarleton's, she gasped, pressing her white face between her hands. Cannot you hear their iron scabbards rattle? Cannot you hear their bugle horn? Where is Jack? Where is Jack? A flurry of mellow music burst out among the trees, followed by a loud report. Oh God, she whispered, the British. Brown stared at her. But she sprang past him, calling, Jack, Jack, where are you? And he heard the door fly open and her childish cry of terror outside in the sunshine. The next second he followed her, running through the hall and out through the door to the porch, and at the same moment, a big red touring car came to a standstill before the house. The chauffeur descended to put on a new tire, and a young girl in motor duster and hood sprang lightly from the tonneau to the tangled grass. As she turned to look at the house, she caught sight of him. Brown took an uncertain step forward, and she came straight toward him. Neither spoke as they met face to face. He looked at her, passed his hand over his eyes, bewildered, and looked again. She was slim and red-haired and slightly freckled, and her mouth was perhaps a shade large, and it curled slightly at the corners, and her eyes were quite perfectly made, except that one was hazel brown and the other a hazel gray. She looked at him, and it seemed to him as though, in the fearless gravity of her regard, somewhere, somehow perhaps in the curled corners of her lips, perhaps in her pretty and unusual eyes there lurked a little demon of laughter. Yet it could not be so, there were only serenity and a child's direct sweetness in her gaze. I suppose you have come to look at this old-time place, she said. People often come. You are perfectly welcome. And, as he made no answer, if you care to see the inside of the house, I will be very glad to show it to you, she added pleasantly. Is it yours? He managed to say, or your sister's? She smiled. You mistake me for somebody else. I have no sister. This is the old brown place here, very, very old house. It belonged to my great-grandmother. If you are interested, I will be glad to show you the interior. I brought the key with me. Oh no, she said, smiling, the house is empty. We are thinking of putting it in shape again. If you care to come in, I can show you the quaint old fireplaces and wainscoting if you do not mind dust. She mounted the step lightly, and fitting the key and unlocking the door which he thought he had left open entered. Come in, she called to him in a friendly manner. He crossed the threshold to her side and halted, stunned. An empty house, silent, shadowy, desolate, confronted him. The girl beside him shook out her skirts and glanced at her dusty gloves. A vacuum cleaner is what this place requires, she said, but is not it a quaint old house? He pressed his shaking hands to his closed eyes, then forced them to open upon the terrible desolation where she had stood a moment since, saw bare boards underfoot, bare walls, cobwebs, dust. It only needs electric lights and a furnace in the cellar and some calcimine and pretty wallpaper. She turned to glance back at him and stood so, regarding him with amused curiosity, for he had dropped on his knees in the dust, groping in an odd blind way for a flower that had just fallen from his coat. There are millions of them by the roadside, she said, as he stumbled to his feet and drew the frail blossom through his buttonhole with unsteady fingers. Yes, he said, there are other roses in the world. Then he drew a deep, quiet breath and smiled at her. She smiled, too. This was her room, she explained, the room where she first met her husband, the room into which she came a bride, the room where she died, poor thing. Oh, I forgot that you do not know who she was. Elizabeth Tennant, he answered calmly. God knows, he said, and bent his head, touching the petals of the wild rose with his lips. Then he looked up straight into her eyes and was hazel brown, one hazel tinged with gray. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 22. As they left the house an hour later, walking down the path slowly, shoulder to shoulder, she said, "Mr. Brown, I want you to like that house." A sudden and subtly hideous idea glided into his brain. "You do not believe in suffragettes, do you?" he said, forcing a hollow laugh. "Why, I am one, did not you know it?" "You." "Certainly, goodness, how you did run." But she added with innocent satisfaction, "I think I have secured every bit as good a one as the one Gladys chased out of a tree with her horrid marmoset." Untitled illustration. Roman 23. The eugenic revolution might fairly be said to have begun with the ignominious weddings of Messrs. Reginald Willett, James Carrick, Delancey Smith, and Alphonso W. Green. Its crisis culminated in the Long Acre riots, but the great suffragette revolution was now coming to its abrupt and predestined end. The reaction, already long overdue, gathered force with incredible rapidity and exploded from Yonkers to Coney Island in a furious counter-revolution. The revolt of the unfit was on at last. Mobs of maddened spinsters paraded the streets of the 5 boroughs demanding spouses. Maidens of uncertain age and attractions who, in the hysterical enthusiasm of the eugenic revolution, had offered themselves the pleasures of martyrdom by vowing celibacy and by standing aside, while physically perfect sister suffragettes pounced upon and married all flawless specimens of the opposite sex, now began to demand for themselves the leavings among the mature, thin-shanked, and bald-headed. In vain their beautiful comrades attempted to explain the eugenistic principlesto, point out that the very essence of the entire cult lay in non-reproduction by the physically unfit, and in the ultimate extinction of the thin, bald, and meager among the human race. But thousands and thousands of the love-maddened rose up and denounced the beauty trust, demanded a return to the former conditions of fair competition in the open shop of matrimony. They were timidly encouraged by thousands of middle-aged gentlemen who denied that either excessive meagerness or baldness was hereditary. They even dared to assert that the suffragette revolution had been a mistake, and pointed out that only an average of 1 in every 100 women had taken the trouble to exercise her privilege at the polls in the recent election, and that 90% of those who voted marked their ballots wrong or forgot to mark them at all, or else invalidated them by writing suggestions to the candidates on the backs of the ballots. A week of terrible confusion ensued, and in the very midst of it, news came from London that Miss Pandora Bottomley, who, after throwing bricks all day through the back windows of Windsor Castle, had been arrested by a very thin Scotch policeman, had suddenly seized the policeman and married him in spite of his terrified cries. A shout of protest arose from every human man in the civilized world. A groan of dismay burst from every human woman. It was the beginning of the end. The old order of things was already in sight. Men, long hidden, reappeared in public places. Wives shyly began to respond to the cautious good mornings of their long-ignored husbands. The wealthy and socially desirable, but otherwise unattractive, plucked up. Spirits, florists, caterers, modistes, ministers came out of seclusion and began to prowl around the debris of their ruined professions with a view to starting out again in business. And here and there, the forgotten art of flirting was furtively resurrected and resumed in the awaking metropolis. "Perfection," said America's greatest orator on the floor of the Senate, "is endurable only because unattainable. The only things on earth that make this world interesting are its sporting chances, its misfortunes, and its mutts." And within a month, after the delivery of this classic, the American nation had resumed its normal, haphazard aspect. The revolution, the riots on Fifth Avenue and Long Acre, the bachelors' St. Bartholomew were all forgotten. Tammany Hall and the Republican State Organization yawned, stretched, rubbed their eyes, awoke, and sat up licking their hungry chops. The gentleman in charge of the Bureau of Special Privileges opened the long-locked drawers of that piece of furniture and looked over the ledgers, trusts, monopolies, systems came out of their cyclone cellars. Turf associations dredged the dump docks for charters, whither a feminine municipal administration had consigned them. All-night cafes, dancing halls, gambling houses reopened, and the electric lights sparkled once more on painted cheeks and tinted lips. The good old days of yore were returning fast on the heels of the retreat of woman. Capital shook hands with privilege. The prices of staples soared. Joints, dives, and hospitals were fast filling up. Jails and prisons and asylums looked forward to full houses. It was the same old world again, the same dear old, interesting, exciting, grafting, murdering, diseased planet, spinning along through space just as far as usual from other worlds, and probably so arranged in order that other worlds might not suffer from its aroma. And over it, its special, man-designed God was expected to keep watch and deal out hell or paradise as the man-made regulations which governed the deity and his abode required. So once again the golden days of yore began. Congregations worshipped in Fifth Avenue churches and children starved on Avenue A. Splendid hospitals were erected, palatial villas were built in the country, and department stores paid Mamie and Maud $7 a week but competed in vain, sometimes, with smiling and considerate individuals who offered them more, including enough to eat. The world's God was back in his heaven. The world would, therefore, go very well, and woman, at last, was returning to her own sphere to mind her own business and a gifted husband, especially created as her physical and mental lord and master by a deity universally regarded as masculine in sex. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Left over. Roman 24. She knew so little about the metropolis that, on her first visit, a year before, she had asked the driver of the taxicab to recommend a respectable hotel for a lady traveling alone, and he had driven her to the Hotel Aurora Borealis, that great, gay palace of Indiana limestone and plate glass towering above the maelstrom of Long Acre. When her business transacted, she returned to the Westchester farm, still timid, perplexed, and partly stunned by the glitter and noise of her recent metropolitan abode. She determined never again to stop at that hotel. But when the time came for her to go again, the long list of hotels confused her. She did not know one from the other. She shrank from experimenting, and at least she knew something about the Aurora Borealis, and she would not feel like an utter stranger there. That was the only reason she went back there that time. And the next time she came to town, that was the principal reason she returned to the Aurora Borealis. But the next time, she made up her mind to go elsewhere, and in the roaring street she turned coward and went to the only place she knew. And the time after that she fought a fierce little combat with herself all the way down in the train, and with flushed cheeks, hating herself, ordered the cabman to take her to the Hotel Aurora Borealis. But it was not until several trips, after that one on a rainy morning in May, that she found courage to say to the maid at the cloakroom door, "Who is that young man? I always see him in the lobby when I come here." "Oh," she sniffed, "he ain't much." "What do you mean?" asked the girl. "Why, he's a capper, mem." What?" "A capper, a gambler." The girl flushed scarlet. The maid handed her a check for her raincoat and said, "They hang around swell hotels, they do, and pick up acquaintance with likely-looking and lonely boobs. Then the first thing the lonely boob knows, he's had a good dinner with a new acquaintance and is strolling into a quiet but elegant-looking house in the West 40s or 50s. And the maid laughed, continuing her deft offices in the dressing-room, and the girl looked into the glass at her own crimson cheeks and sickened eyes. At luncheon he sat at a little table by a window, alone, indolently preoccupied with a newspaper and a fruit salad. She, across the room, kept her troubled eyes away. Yet it was as though she saw him. Perhaps the mental embodiment of him was the more vivid for her resolutely averted head. Every detail of his appearance was painfully familiar to her dark eyes. his smooth face which always seemed a trifle suntanned, the fastidious and perfect taste of his dress in harmony with his boyish charm and quiet distinction, and the youth of him, wholesome and self-possessed youth that seemed to her the most dreadful thing about him in the new light of her knowledge, for he could scarcely be 25. Every movement he made had long since fascinated her. His unconscious grace had been, to her, the unstudied assurance of a man of the world, bred to a social environment about which she knew only through reading. Never had she seen him, but straightway she began to wonder who and what exalted person in the unknown metropolitan social circle he might be. She had often wondered, speculated. Sometimes dreamily she had endowed him with name and position, with qualities, toidal qualities suggested by his air of personal distinction, delightful qualities suggested by his dark, pleasant eyes, and by the slight suspicion of humor lurking so often on the edges of his smoothly shaven lips. He was so clean-looking, so nice, and he had the shoulders and the hands and the features of good breeding, and after all, he was a gambler, a derelict, whose sinister living was gained by his wits, a trailer and haunter and bleeder of men, worsy decoy sent out by others. She had little appetite for luncheon, he seemed to have less, but she remembered that she had never seen him eat very much and never drink anything stronger than tea. At least, she thought with a mental quiver, he has that to his credit. The quiver surprised her. She was scarcely prepared for any emotion concerning him except the natural shock of disillusion and the natural pity of a young girl for anything ignoble and hopelessly unworthy. Hopelessly, she wondered, was it possible that God could ever find the means of grace for such a man? It could be done, of course. It were a sin for her to doubt it, yet she could not see how. Still, he was young enough to have parents living somewhere, unmarred enough to invite confidence if he cared to, and suddenly it struck her that to invite confidence was part of his business, his charm part of his terrible equipment. She sat there breathing faster, thinking. His charm was part of his equipment, an infernal weapon. She understood it now. Long since, innocently speculating, she had from the very beginning, and without even thinking, conceded to him her confidence in his worthiness. And the man was a gambler. For a few moments she hated him hotly. After a while there was more sorrow than heat in her hatred, more contempt for his profession than for him. And somebody had led him astray, that was certain, because no man of his aging appearance could have deliberately and of his own initiative gone so dreadfully and cruelly wrong in the world. Would God pity him? Would some means be found for his salvation? Would salvation come? It must. She could not doubt it after she had lifted her eyes once more and looked at him where he sat immersed in his newspaper, a pleasant smile on his lips. A bar of sunlight fell across his head, striping his shoulder. The scarlet flowers on the table were becoming to him. And oh, he seemed so harmless, so delightfully decent, there where the sunlight fell across his shoulder and spread in a golden net across the white cloth under his elbows. She rose, curiously weary. A lassitude lay upon her as she left the room and went out into the city about her business, which was to see her lawyer concerning the few remaining details of her inheritance. The inheritance was the big, prosperous Westchester farm where she had always lived with her grandfather since her parents' death. It was turning out to be very valuable because of the mania of the wealthy for Westchester acreage and a revival in 100 villages of the magnificence of the old patroons. Outside of her own house and farm, she had land to sell to the landed and Republican gentry, and she sold it, and they bought it with an avidity that placed her financial independence beyond doubt. All the morning she transacted business downtown with the lawyer. In the afternoon, she went to a matinee all by herself, and would have had a most blissful day had it not been for the unquiet memory of a young man who, she had learned that morning, was fairly certain of eternal damnation. That evening, she went back to Westchester absent-minded and depressed. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 25. It was in early June when she arrived in town again. He was in the lobby as usual. He lunched at the table by the window as usual. There seemed to be nothing changed about him except that he was a handsomer man than she had supposed him. She ate very little luncheon. As usual, he glanced at her ansia, perfectly pleasant and inoffensive glancing, resumed his luncheon and his newspaper. He was always quiet, always alone. There seemed to be a curious sort of stillness which radiated from him, laying a spell upon his environment for a few paces on every side of him. She had felt this, she felt it now. No, she must never again come to the Hotel Aurora Borealis. There were reasons. Besides, it was no longer necessary for her to come to town at all. She must not come any more. And yet, if she could only know what became of him, whether salvation ever found him. The curtain fell. She rose and pinned on her hat, gathered her trifles, and moved out with the others into the afternoon sunshine of Broadway. That evening she dined in her room. She had brought no luggage. About 10 o'clock the cab was announced. As she walked through the nearly deserted lobby, she looked around for him. He stood near the door, talking to the hotel detective. "Never mind the whys and whats. You fade away, understand?" "By what authority do you forbid me entrance to this hotel?" asked the young man coolly. "Well, it's good enough for you that I tell you to keep out." "I cannot comply with your suggestion. I have an appointment here in half an hour." "Now you go along quietly," said the detective. "We have had our eyes on you. We know all about you. And when the hotel gets wise to a guy like you, we tip him off and he beats it. We can discuss that tomorrow. I tell you I have an appointment." "Gwan out oh here," growled the detective. The young man quietly fell into step beside him, but on the sidewalk he turned on him, white and desperate. "I tell you I have got to keep that appointment." He stood aside as the girl passed him, head lowered, and halted to wait for her cab. "I tell you I have got to go back." "You damned deadbeat," he panted, "I will show you." The young man stood swaying, his hands against his head. Porters, cabmen, and the detective saw him stagger and fall heavily, and the next moment the girl was kneeling beside him. "Let him alone, lady," said somebody. "That bum is not hurt." The bum, in fact, was getting to his feet, groping for some support, and the girl's arm was offered, and he leaned on it a moment, clearing his eyes with a gloved hand. Suddenly he made a movement so quick that she never understood how she wrenched the short, dull blue weapon from his hand. "Pick up your hat," she gasped. "Do what I tell you." He looked at her, dazed, then the blood blotted his dark eyes again. She stooped swiftly, caught up his hat, and holding tightly to his arm, opened the other door of the taxicab. "They will kill you here," she whispered. "Come with me. I have got to talk to you." "Lady, are you crazy?" demanded the tall head porter, aghast. But she had got him into the cab. "Drive on," she said through clenched teeth, and the chauffeur laughed and started east. In the swaying cab, the man beside her sat bent over, his face in his hands, blood striping the fingers of his gloves. With a shudder, she placed the automatic weapon on the cushion beside her and shrank back, staring at him. But his senses seemed to be returning, for presently he sat up, found his handkerchief, staunched the rather insignificant abrasion, and settled back into his corner. Without looking at her, he said, "Would you mind if I thank you? You have been very kind." She could not utter a word. Presently he turned, and as he looked at her for the first time, a faint flicker of humor seemed to touch his eyes. Then the breathless words came, haltingly. "I have got to tell you something. I have got to. I cannot stand aside. I cannot pass by on the other side." "Thank you," he said, smiling, "but Lazarus is all right now." "I mean something else." Her voice fell to a whisper. "I must speak." He looked pleasantly perplexed, smiling. Is there anything except a broken head that could possibly permit me the opportunity of listening to you? I have seen you before. And I you. She leaned against her window, head resting on her hand, her heart a chaos. Where are you going when I leave you? She said. He did not answer. Where? She turned to look at him. Are you going back to that hotel? And, as he made no reply, do you wish to become a murderer too? She said tremulously. I have your pistol. I ask you not to go back there. After a moment he said, No, I will not go back. Where is the pistol? You shall not have it. I think perhaps it would be safer with me. No. Very well. And I ask you to keep away from that man. She grew unconsciously dramatic. I ask you if you have any memory which you hold sacred to promise me on that memory not to. I will not shoot him, he said, watching her curiously. Is that what you mean? Yes. Then I promise you my most sacred memorized memory of a young girl who saved me from committing what I meant to do, and I thank her very deeply. She said, I did save you from that. You did, God knows. He himself was trembling a little, his face had turned very white. Then she forced her courage, lifted her frightened eyes, braving mockery and misconstruction. Then there a chance of my helping you further? For a moment her flushed face and timid question perplexed him, then the quick blood reddened his face, and he stared at her in silence. I cannot help it, she faltered. I believe in you and in salvation. Please do not say anything to hurt me. No, he said, still staring. No, of course not. And thank you, you are very kind, you are very kind. I suppose you heard somebody say what I am. Yes, but that was long ago. Oh, you have known for some time. Yes. He sat thinking for a while. Presently they both noticed that the cab had stopped. It had probably been standing for some time in front of the station, and that several red-capped porters were watching them. My name is Lily Hollies, she said, and I live at Whitebrook Farm, Westchester. I'm not coming to New York again and never again to that hotel, but I would like to talk to you a little. He thought a moment. Do you want a gambler to call on you, Miss Hollies? Yes, she said. Then he will do it. When? Tomorrow. He passed his hand over his marred young face. Yes, he said quietly, tomorrow. He looked up and met her eyes, smiled, opened the door, and stepped to the sidewalk. Then he went with her to her train. She turned at the gates and held out her hand to him, and hat in hand, he bent his battered head and touched her gloves with twitching lips. Tomorrow. Certainly. She said wistfully, may I trust in you? Yes, tell me that you trust me. I trust you, she said, and laid the pistol in his hands. How could I trust you more? With yourself. That is a lesser trust, she said faintly. It is for you that I have been afraid. He saw the color deepen in her cheeks, looked, bit his lip in silence. Tomorrow, she said under her breath. Yes. Goodbye till then. Goodbye. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 26. The next day he did not appear, but a letter 999. I merely lied to you, he wrote. All gamblers are liars. You should have passed by on the other side. Yes, that is what she should have done. She realized it now alone there in the sunny parlor with his letter. There was no chance for him, or, if there was, she had not been chosen as the instrument of his salvation. Slowly she turned her head and looked around her at her preparations, pitiful little preparations for him, the childish stage, setting for the scene of his salvation. The spotless parlor had been redusted, cleaned, rubbed to its old-time polish. Bible and prayer book on the mahogany center table had been arranged and rearranged so many times that she no longer knew whether or not her art concealed art, and was innocently fearful that he might suspect the machine and fight shy of her preparations for his regeneration. Again and again, she had rearranged the flowers and books and rumpled the unread morning newspaper to give to the scene a careless and casual everyday allure. Again and again, she had straightened the rugs, then tried them in less symmetrical fashion. She let the kitten in to give a more home-like air to the room, but it squalled to go out, and she had to release it. Also, from the best spare room, she had brought Holman Hunt's Shadow of the Cross End. It had taxed her slender strength to hang it in place of the old French mezzo tint of Bacchus and Ariadne. But the most difficult task was to disseminate among the stiff pieces of furniture and the 4 duplicate sofa cushions an atmosphere of pleasant and casual disorderers, though guests had left them where they whereas, though the rigid chairs were accustomed to much and intimate usage. But the effect troubled her. Every formal bit of furniture seemed to be arranged as for an ambuscade. The cushions on the carved sofa sat in a row like dwarfs waiting. The secretary watched, every diamond pane a glittering eye. And on the wall, the 4 portraits of her parents and grandparents were behaving strangely, for she seemed never to be out of range of their unwinking painted eyes. From other rooms she had brought in ornaments, books, little odds, and in San the unaccustomed concentration of household gods caused her much doubt and uncertainty. So fearful was she that his wise dark eyes might smilingly detect her effort. There had been much to do in the short time pending his arrival: gravel path to be raked, the lawn to be rolled and cut, the carefully weeded flower beds to be searched for the tiniest spear of green which did not belong there, the veranda to be swept again, and all the potted plants to be rearranged, and the dead leaves and blossoms to be removed. Then there were great sheafs of iris to gather, and the cutting of peonies and June roses, were matters to go about with thought and discretion, so that no unsightly spaces in bloom and foliage should be apparent to those dark, wise eyes of his that had looked on so many things in life, so many, many things of which she knew nothing. Also she was to offer him tea, and the baking of old-fashioned biscuits and sweets was a matter for prayerful consideration. And Hetty, the hired girl, had spent all the morning on her grandmother's silver, and William Pillsbury, executor of chores, had washed the doorstep and polished the windows and swept the maple pods and poplar silk from the roof gutters, and was now down on his knees with shears, trimming the grass under the picket fence. And he was not coming after all. He was never coming. For a little while she failed to realize it. There was a numb sensation in her breast, a dull confusion in her mind. She sat alone in the parlor, in her pretty new gown, looking straight ahead of her, seeing nothing, not even his letter in her hand. And she sat there for a long while. The numbness became painful, the tension a dull endurance. Fatigue came, too. She rested her head wearily on the back of the chair and closed her eyes. But the tall clocks ticking slowly became unendurable, and the odor of the roses hurt her. Suddenly, through and through her shot a pang of fright. She had just remembered that she had given him back his pistol. On her feet now, startled as though listening, she stood, lips slightly parted, and the soft color gone from them. Then she went to the window and looked down the road, and came back to stand by the center table, her clasped hands resting on the Bible. For a while fear had its way with her. The silent shock of it whitened her face and left her with fair head bowed above her clasped hands. Once or twice she opened the Bible and tried to understand, choosing what she cared for most, dreading of Lazarus, too. And she read about miracles, those symbolic superfluities attributed to a life which in itself was the greatest of all miracles. And ever through the word of God glittered the memory of the pistol, till fear made her faint, and she rose, her hands against her breast, and walked unsteadily out under the trees. A bird or two had begun its sunset carol. The tree trunks were stained with the level crimson light. Far away her gaze rested on the blue hills. Beyond them lay the accursed city. The dull reiteration in her brain throbbed on unceasingly. She had given him his pistol, he had lied to her, she had trusted him, he had lied, and the accursed city lay beyond those hillsend, he was there with his pistol, and he had lied to her lied, God help them both. Across her clover fields the ruddy sunlight lay in broad undulating bands, gilding blossom and curling trefoil. On every side of her, the farm stretched away over a rolling country set with woods. Sweet came the freshening air from the hills. She heard her collie barking at the cattle along the pasture brook. A robin caroled loudly from the orchard. Orioles answered. Gusts of twittering martins swept and soared and circled the chimneys. Erect, anguished hands clenched, she stood there, wide eyes seeing nothing, and in her shrinking ears only the terrible reiteration of her growing fears. Then the level sun struck her body with a bar of light. All the world around her smoldered rose and crimson. But after a little, the shadows fell through the fading light, and she turned her head, shivering, and went back to the house, back to the room she had prepared for him, and sat there watching the shapes of dusk invade it. The vague gray ghosts that came crawling from corners and alcoves to gather at her feet, and wait there with her for him who would never come into her life again. Untitled illustration. Untitled illustration. Roman 27. Miss Lily. She lifted her head from the sofa cushion in the dark, dazzled by the sudden lamplight. "What is it?" she asked, averting her face. "There's a gentleman, says he would like to see you." The girl turned, still dully confused, then rigid, sat bolt upright. "Who?" "A gentleman said you do not know his name. Shall I show him in?" She managed to nod. Her heart was beating so violently that she pressed her hand over it. She did not rise. Pain and happiness mingled, confusing her for a moment, and he was already seated near her, looking at her with an intentness almost expressionless. "You see," he said, "what the honor of a gambler is worth. I have lied to you twice already." His words brought her to her senses. She rose with an effort, and as he stood up, she gave him her hand. "Do not think me rude," she said. "I was resting not expecting Yuan the lamp Andia coming confused me." "You were not expecting me," he said, retaining her hand an instant. Then she withdrew it. They seated themselves. "I do not know," she said. "Perhaps I was expecting Yuan did not realize it." "Had you thought much about it?" "Yes," she said. Then it seemed as though something sealed her lips, and that nothing could ever again unseal them. All that she had to say to him vanished from her mind. She could not recall a single phrase she had prepared to lead up to all she must somehow say to him. He talked quietly to her for a while about nothing in particular. Once she saw him turn and look around the room, and a moment afterward he spoke of the old-time charm of the place and the pretty setting, such a room made for the old-fashioned flowers. He spoke about gardens as though he had known many. He spoke of trees and of land and of stock. And as he spoke in his pleasant, grave young voice, he noticed the portraits on the wall, and he spoke of pictures as though he had known many, and he spoke of foreign cities and of old-world scenes. And she listened in silence, and in such content that the happiness of it seemed to invade her utterly and leave her physically numb. From time to time, his dark eyes wandered from her to the objects in the room. They rested for a moment on the centre table with its book, lingered, passed on. For a little while he did not look at Hera's, though first it were necessary to come to a conclusion. Whatever the conclusion might have been, it seemed to make his eyes and mouth alternately grave and amused, but only very faintly amused, as though the subject he was considering held him closely attentive. And at last he looked up at her, gently, not all the curiosity yet quenched. "You are kind enough to wish to know about me, and too well-bred to ask know that the time is come. Shall I speak of myself?" Her voiceless lips found a word. "Then it began in college after my uncle died and left nothing for me to go on with. I worked my way through by my wits. Up to that time, it was only luck, and Cardson seemed like again the ability to hold the best cards at the best time hold them honestly, I mean. It happens I do not know why or what laws govern it. Some men hold themelways, hold them with intervals of bad fortune but only intervals. He gazed thoughtfully at the rag carpet, passed a well-shaped hand over his forehead. Yes, it is the truth, and so fortune linked arms with me, and I drifted into it credulinat all at once, lower always a little lower until what you saw occurred. She would not meet his eyes, perhaps with an idea of sparing him. He said, you know nothing of such things, of course. I am on a commission basis for doing what thee threw me out of that hotel for doing. Of course, a man can fall lower but not much lower. The business from which I receive commissions is not honest a square game, as they say. Some games may be square for a while, no games are perfectly square all the time. I have heard of honest gamblers, I never saw one. There may be some, but I am afraid they are like good Indians. And that is the way in which life and I are situated. After a while, she managed to look at him. Could you tell, mere your circumstances? I am not in want, he said gently. Then it is not necessity. No, it is easier and more interesting than for me to earn a decent living. Yes, I think so. Have you no regrets? Sometimes I am not immune to shame. I wonder whether you know what it cost me to come here. A dull flush mounted to his forehead, but he faced her steadily enough. You saw me kicked out of a hotel by an Irish servant because I was not fit to be tolerated among reputable people, and you did not pass by on the other side. Under your clear eyes, my spirit died 1,000 shameful deaths while I went with you to your destination. The contempt of the whole world burnt me, and your compassion drove every flame into me. He checked himself, swallowed, forced a smile, and went on in his low, pleasant voice. I am afraid I have been dramatic. All I meant to say is that my humiliation, witnessed by you, is a heavier price to pay, a more painful reckoning with fate than I had really ever looked for. I had no contempt for you, she faltered. You do not understand. I had no contempt. I was it the dread of harm to you frightened me, and afterward I was only so sorry for you and wanted Toto help. He nodded. The larger charity, he said. You may read all about it there in that Bible, but the world takes it out in reading about it. I do not mean to speak bitterly. There is nothing wrong with me as far as the world goes. I mean my world. Only in the other and real world there is you. You, who did not pass by on the other side, and to whom the scriptures, they are merely the manual which you practice for the sake of Christ. You think me better, far better than I am. I know what you are. I know what it cost you to even let me lean on you, there in the glare of the electric light there, where men stood leering and sneering and misjudging you and my blood on your pretty gown. Oh, I did not think here about theatre the men. You shall not say that, she cried, white and trembling. You did not know what you were doing. He interrupted, for they know not what they do. You are right, we do not really know, any of us, but few, except such as you, believe it, few except such as Yuan, the master who taught you. And that is all I think. I cannot thank you, I cannot even try. It is too close to melodrama, no, not on your side, dear little lady. He rose. Are you going? Yes. He turned unconsciously and looked through the windows into the southern darkness. I want you to stay, she said. He turned and bent toward her with his youthful and engaging manner. It is sweet and good of you, but you know it is best that I go. Why? Because it might be that some of your friends would know me. It is for your sake I am going. I wish you to stay. I know it makes me wonderfully happy. Will not you? I must not. What are you going to do in the city? There was a silence, then the same, she faltered. I am afraid so. Why? What else is there? Everything, and I ask it of you. He looked at her with troubled eyes. I do know, I ask your soul of God. For a long while he stood there as though turned to stone. Then, as though rousing from a dream, he walked slowly to the window, looked long into the south. At last he turned. She sat on the edge of the sofa, her face in her hands, deathly silent, waiting. Tell me, she whispered, not looking up as he bent over her. About that matter of a stray soul, he said pleasantly, it's all right if you care to bother with it. Her hands dropped, and when she looked up, he saw the tears standing in her gray eyes. Do you mean it? She asked, trembling. God knows what I mean, he said unsteadily, and I shall never know unless you tell me. And he sat down beside her, resting his elbows on his knees and his head between his hands, wondering what he could do with life and with the young soul already in his dark keeping. And after a while, the anxiety of responsibility, being totally new, wearied him. Perplexed, he lifted his head, seeking her eyes, and saw the compassion in her face and the slow smile trembling on her lips. And suddenly he understood which of them was better fitted for a keeper of souls. Will you be patient? He said. Can you ask? He shook his head, looking vacantly at the lamplight. Because I have gone all wrong somehow. Since I was a boy, you will be patient with me, aren't you? Yes, she said. Untitled illustration. Envoy. In all romances and poets' fancies, where Cupid prances, embowered in flowers, the tale advances, mid circumstances, that check love's chances, through tragic hours. The reader's doleful now, the lover's soulful now, at least a bowlful now, of tears are poured. The villain makes a hit, the reader throws a fit, the author grins a bit, and draws his sword, strikes down fate's lances, avoids mischances, and deftly cans his loquacious lure, mid ardent glances, and lovers' trances, and wedding dances, forevermore.